And we're back here, day number 2. Mirko and Nice to join you guys here for day number 2 of the African Esports Championship. We're here to kick it off with Mlbb, starting with the men's, of course. And this is where it gets a little crucial at this point, right? This is the last day of groups that we have ahead of us. And we saw, some things yesterday. Wait, yeah, there's 3 days of playoffs, right?
Yep.
This is our last day. Again, it is these 8 teams battling it out. We know that there were some games happening off stream yesterday. And so I'm sure we'll have an update of that. But so far from what we've seen, how are we feeling about yesterday? How are we feeling about the teams? We know it's going to be Egypt and Djibouti to start it off today.
Yeah, obviously ecstatic here for the matches that we are going to be seeing up on stage. We already have a Titan in Egypt. We both, kind of predicted them to win the whole thing here in the AEC. But yeah, I mean, based on yesterday's performance as well, Team Morocco was able to show, I would say, some great Mlbb on the first day of the group stages. And I can't wait to actually see what Djibouti has to offer. Because Egypt, Djibouti, we actually have had a glimpse of their playstyles, right? Yep. Unlike Team Morocco, we didn't get to see them in the online qualifiers. So now that we have an idea of what Team Egypt and Team Djibouti can bring to the table, I think it's safe to say that even in the drafts, we're going to be seeing a lot of crazy stuff come up.
I think this is the perfect patch. Like we've been talking about this even back in the online qualifiers. We were like, this is a perfect time for a lot of these different countries during the qualifiers to get involved here for Mlbb because of the current patch we're in. It allows these teams to make, if they have these pocket picks, they have unique strategies to pretty much make it work. And honestly, that's what we've seen all throughout the past, 2 months, I think it's been, since that major shift in terms of the meta. And once we take a look at the results here, this is the results that we have from yesterday, right? So we have the 2 groups we were talking about. We did have that sweep earlier on yesterday. That's what we started the stream with. We had Morocco there, the home team, going 2-0 against Nigeria. And then Senegal lost 2-0 to Madagascar. And then, of course, for Group 2, Egypt gets the 2-1 against Tunisia. Right? And then we have South Africa and Djibouti there getting that swept. So Djibouti has to honestly, they have to step up in this match. And it's difficult because they're up against a team like we mentioned with Egypt.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about which group we thought was the group of death. And honestly, it's just really hard to decide, right? Group 1, Group 2, both have amazing teams. And you can see from Morocco and Madagascar, 2-0-2-0. Sets up for a great match there as well. Can't wait for Morocco versus Madagascar. And for Group 2, Egypt, 2-1. So it does leave a little bit more of an opening, at least for Djibouti to come back here and for the other teams that did lose in day number 1 to step up in day number 2. 2-1, you can still try to make it a tiebreaker somehow, some way. We've always seen miracle tiebreakers in every single international tournament. So, hey, I'm expecting some crazy things, crazy upsets to happen here. And maybe it starts off with this match, Egypt versus Djibouti.
I would say, even though we predicted, we put our predictions out there for Egypt, but I think, again, that goes to say, we didn't have all that information like we saw from Morocco yesterday. But once we saw them, we were like, whoa, these guys obviously came to play and everything else. They were great. Now, as we take a look at the lineup from Egypt, let's go ahead and reintroduce them once more from the online qualifiers. When we saw them go through, it's Shen, it's Joki, Speedy, Kenji, and Alpho here. And I would say, if you've been watching competitive Mlbb esports, you are going to see some familiar faces, some familiar names here. And you've seen these guys. The amount of experience that they have had as well individually throughout the international stages is going to play a part in this. And I think, it makes you wonder, is there going to be a miracle to happen here? Is Djibouti going to be able to pull something like that, given the fact that maybe they're not as experienced? But we have had the opportunity to talk to some of the players, from Djibouti, and I would say they're feeling at least hopeful, and confident that they are going to do their best in this matchup against Egypt.
Yeah, and really though, I mean, like Lysu said, if you guys have been watching Mlbb internationally, Egypt, this lineup has had so many different participations, I would say, and even the World Championship. So the fact that they're going to be able to bring that experience here up against a relatively new team in Djibouti. But we did see that they have a lot of their crazy picks as well in the African Regional online qualifiers. I remember Swag Boy, instantly Brun, Shanks, Dexter, and Nightcrawler. So there's going to be a little bit of a swap here, where I think we saw Shanks in the gold lane in the online qualifiers, but this time he's actually going to be moving into the mid lane, and we're going to have Nightcrawler fill in the gold lane.
I think, again, it's like a staple at this point. It's like a staple of Iesf.
Yeah.
You're always going to have one, great IGNs that are always interesting to go with.
Swag Boy.
Yeah, Swag Boy. But also with that, you always have number 2, which is they're so dynamic in terms of what role are they going to play? What lane are they going to play? What heroes are they going to play? You know, I think that's a big thing, and we still see that between the men's teams and the women's teams on how adaptable they are. And honestly, like even going back to some of the international tournaments we have just been through, the teams that are able to do that, to be able to switch things up on the fly, sometimes it's good. Sometimes, let's say, it's not so good because then you don't really get the time to kind of settle into that role or that lane and then, you know, master it. But that is something that obviously, again, going back to it, that's what Egypt has. You know, they have had plenty of time to practice the roles that they want to go with. They don't change too often unless it happens to be like a cheese strap for that certain game, you know?
Yeah.
But with Djibouti here, going back to what they did in the online qualifiers, the fact that they could pull something like that out, like what we saw from online qualifiers, and the fact that we saw a lot of heroes that, even yesterday, man, we saw Layla, by the way. We saw Layla come out to play, and just a Valir as well. So this is the groundwork that Djibouti can play with, at least when we get to game number 1 draft.
Yeah, I think there's going to be definitely a lot of more cheese picks here in the African Esports Championships. Obviously, going up against a titan like Egypt, maybe going for the core fundamentals, going for a normal draft is too normal for Egypt as well. If you're going to play the meta game, where Egypt is phenomenal at playing the meta game, it might be a bit too safe.
Yeah.
And really, sometimes the safest way is the riskiest way to play the game. So I think for Djibouti, especially game number 1, they can try to utilize game number 1 as a platform for them to show up with a lot of these cheese picks. Throw a curveball at Egypt and try to make them think about all these other picks.
Everything
that
else
are,
going on.
You know, usually not possible to be
Yeah.
played in the competitive landscape. But considering Egypt are such heavy favorites,
Yeah.
as the upsets go in for some crazy picks. We've seen that many, many times. I think just earlier this year, we saw that MSC. The Zas that wasn't really super meta
Now he's
came
like
up,
mainstay.
and now it becomes a super meta pick. It's literally even Prio at this point, right? First pick Prio.
It is, yeah. It's true. It's, I
With
think,
Juicin.
yeah, which is weird because
We haven't seen it.
we haven't seen it.
Not at all.
And I don't know, maybe it's just one of those cases where, you know, some teams, they've had a little more time to go ahead and practice with that Jushin pick, you know, pick it up early on. But I think overall it's just, you can't deny, though, the value that Zask brings to the table early on. Some of the other picks, too, just like I said, with the Terizla even. You know, Terizla, the XP lane. I don't know, man. Do you feel like the XP lane has just, I would say, the least amount of flexibility and variety right now?
Yeah, I've got to agree, you know. It's kind of a give and take. Previously, we had the jungle as the most boring role, right?
Yeah.
It's literally just Fredrins, Boxias, and all about the utility jungles. But now I think that has really shifted into the XP. Now we're seeing a lot more utility XP, all just enablers and engagers. But it does seem like for Egypt, at least here, they're going to actually ban out the Johnson, and it's going to be the normal chip ban for Djibouti. This is obviously the advantage that you have when you are playing on the blue side. This is why the blue side is just so expensive. Even all throughout the last few tournaments that we've casted, blue side has had a tremendous win rate. I think it's always like 60 to 40% for red.
Yep.
And it's because you can actually go and ban out a whole lot of the respect bans or just the bans towards heroes you don't want to go up against.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, for red side, you are forced to go for the meta bans. Chip, Juicin, Zask.
And I think, I don't know if they're going to actually go that route because, like you mentioned, it's typically you don't see the Amon Johnson banned out, right?
Not
but,
at all.
Again, it goes to the fact of what is the game plan for both the teams here. We can already have a certain expectation for Egypt. Djibouti, on the other hand, I'm wondering, because we're talking about how long was it from online qualifiers up to this point? Is that more than,
I mean, 2 months.
2 months,
2
right?
months.
So they had so much information to take on. Yeah, that's a Clint being banned out. So, like, if you're Djibouti here, you have so much information over the past 2 months from your online qualifier run to adjust your playstyle. And I think you're right here, Mirko. It's like, there's the Jushin ban. So they take out, albeit the Navaria, maybe not so much the banned in the first phase that we see. But I think for Djibouti, like, how do you answer this? Do you just go with the wild card picks, especially now you see a Ling being prioritized here from Egypt? And all this says, as soon as you see that Ling picked up, especially first pick on blue side, they want to end the game quickly. They want to get that domination early on. They want to get that momentum going early on. So you got to be, if you're Djibouti, it's like, how do we slow that down? What do we do? What do we pick up? Zask is probably the safest answer in the mid lane right now. And this is also surprisingly classic. It's an Edith pick on the answer for them.
Great response, I would say, for Djibouti here, right? You were talking about the fast-paced nature of the Ling, how it forces, you know, a lot of the teams. It dictates the pace for a lot of the teams, and I think this is a great response. Usually, when you want to try to shut down the Ling, you need to secure a solid mid duo.
Yeah.
To get mid-prio. And Zask and Edith does the same thing that we were talking about earlier, but also what it does add to this composition is the fact that the Edith is a good flex pick in towards that second phase. But it does seem like for Egypt, they have no intention to slow the pace of the game. They actually want to go even faster with the Roger and the Thamus pick here. So a whole lot of dive, a whole lot of early fights, and Djibouti, at this point, they need some damage control. They need some more members to actually soak up some of this damage, and I think if they do want to put the Edith in Rome, they can go still for something like a Terizla in XP.
Yeah.
They go for the Yuzong instead, so a bit more brawly. It feels like, all right, they want to slow the tempo down with the Edith, with the Zask, but then they have something to retaliate against that fast speed of Egypt with the Yuzong.
I think it's good because going back to it, it's like, that's what leading into this draft, I was like, how does XP lane feel right now? Is it, kind of closed in where you don't have as many options? And so recently, so far so good. Yuzong is
Terizla.
Yeah, Yuzong is typical. No Terizla here, but Thamus, I feel like he's been on like that back burner. He's like one of those picks that not just because he does go on fire, but literally like he does pull through in a lot of the matchups that you see in the XP lane. And not only that, but he can actually be, depending on the build path, we always have to consider the difference of build paths right now currently, in the meta as well. Thamus can be built pretty differently, but even, let's say, is it still Thunderbelt, like first, second item, at least for
Thamus? Yeah.
Thamus typically, right? And he pops the Vengeance, which we see. He's actually able to do pretty good damage while tanking up,
just soaking it up,
quite a bit of damage, and so already good solid choices here. This is interesting. This is what we were expecting from Djibouti, a little bit of a curveball. The Gatakacha comes through on the pick.
Oh man, it's good to see as an Indonesian myself, an Indonesian hero come up. You can choose between Gatakacha and Kadira. Usually it's Kadira that shows up in the competitive match, but we actually have seen this as well in the African regional qualifiers when we did it online, and it was also I believe it was Djibouti that brought it up,
I think
right?
So
maybe a little bit of a comfort pick coming in from Djibouti. It's solid, but my question is, where is it going to go? With the Edith already locked in, with the Yuzong there too, I thought for sure Edith Rome, Yuzong XP. But now it creates another, I would say, illusion for Egypt to try to tackle it. This is a big problem for them. They don't know what the matchups are going to be in their individual lanes, and they might have to just guess around. And the best way to do that would just be go for the standard, right?
Go for the standard, yeah.
Finish off what you started in the draft, and it does seem like it is going to be the Roger and the gold. That's a very good answer to the Edith and Zask mid-prio and mid-duo combo. With the Cho, with the Vexana, you clear very, very fast. You should be able to actually win out on the pressure up against the Zask and Edith.
So who's the gold lane here? That's what I'm trying to wonder.
That's the thing, man.
Like, is this last pick going to be that gold lane option, or are we going to see something different?
Jungle?
I was going to say, is it possible that Gatakacha goes jungle here? This is, you can only really guess until this last pick comes up, and then we can maybe kind of see where things fall into place, because with that, you already have a lot of tankiness between the Edith, the Yuzong, and then you throw in the Gatakacha there. But we have seen the fact where Gatakacha can even go and be a little variety in his build. He scales up really well with some of that magic damage.
Whoa,
okay. All right, where are we going here with this?
I mean, it really feels like they took a page out of what we were talking about earlier before the match. If you want to beat a titan like Egypt in Mlbb, you might as well go and throw a few of those curveballs. And I think they've certainly set up for that. The Sun coming in together with the Gatakacha, two picks that I think I've never seen this year. Not yet. This is the debut for both Sun and Gatakacha, at least in the offline stage.
I would say even for
online,
online, like any tournament so far, this is an interesting mix of heroes that we're going to be seeing from Djibouti, and I think they probably heard you really well here, Mirko. It's like, if they want to go against a team like Egypt, throw them a big curveball. And this is probably as curveball as it can get with the lineup that Djibouti's bringing to game number one.
Yeah. The thing about the curveballs is that it's a double-edged sword, right? I mean, maybe you can throw the curveball and it can work your way, maybe get an early lead, or you could give the early lead over to a team that's already built a snowball.
With a Ling, yeah.
With a Ling, with a Roger, the Vexana too. I mean, even the Thamas, they're all there to brawl out in the early game.
Yeah, again, it's a curveball with some daggers in it, basically, right? Like on both sides. Because again, in theory, you love to see teams test the limits of the current meta. Right? But will this be the answer? Because we're going to be jumping into the land of Dawn here in this best of three between Egypt and Djibouti, bringing both lineups to the table here. We'll see which team gets the first victory, the best of three to start things off. Early on, though, jungle's happening, and this is going to be the pressure. You can already see Joki feeling really good. Whoa! Dexter up here too, already quite low against Alpha. And, you know, this is an interesting matchup alone because you're against the Thamus like we talked about, and he's running that Warcry emblem too. You know, so some of that extra damage is going to hurt in the early game.
I'm not too sure if Swagboy was actually able to secure the camp earlier. It does seem like the Onward and the Earth Shadow will be able to catch Speedy, who's forced to flicker out. Shanks gonna go for a pick there, but it does seem like for Speedy at least, we'll be able to return back. Swagboy gets the purple buff. But by the way, this isn't just a Sun in the jungle, but it's also a Zask in the gold lane.
Okay, and that's what we were wondering, right? Where exactly would they fall into place here?
Alpha, together with Kenji, picking up first blood up top. Great ganks over, utilizing the kill pressure that was set up by Alpha very early on in the game.
And this is what we were talking about. Again, going to the whole conversation of, you know, when you have an XP lane matchup, and we're talking about experience too, look at what they're doing up top lane right now. They're actually cutting those lanes. Oh, hold on, they might get something here. Shen, nope, he's fine, gives him the thumbs up too. This is the hard thing, it's hard to catch a Cho.
It really is. Maybe not that hard to catch a Lycan. Now Speedy trying to run away. His name is Speedy, but it seems Swagboy will be able to catch him with, despite the Lycan pounce coming down. That's the equalizer, but it does seem like Egypt will be able to answer real quick too. Getting a kill up top, a good pickoff. Now with the Eternal Guard, forcing out the Vengeance from Shanks.
All right, they get the Vengeance out.
A turret?
Whoa, turret already? This early on here, going down to 2 minutes into the game. Swagboy.
Swagboy gonna be kicked. That's almost a solo kill from Shen. Around in the mid lane, Alpha getting a kill under the turret. Tier 2 down in the mid lane too, and it's just complete domination here in the early game for Egypt.
Okay, already early on, yeah, it's 5-1. They're gonna be working through with the lead that they have. And so at this point, if you're Djibouti, with this lineup that you brought to the table, you know, you gotta kind of start to wonder, where do we find our way back into this game? What can we do to make this work? And really, when you're thinking about it, it's also partly due to that double-edged sword we just talked about, you know? This is what we were exactly talking about when you're going against a lineup like this. I mean, how do you find yourself to get the ground?
Speedy, man.
Speedy is, that's just, he's cutting waves, man. That's what he's doing.
On a Roger, forcing Shanks to retaliate in response. Speedy might actually be picked off here.
Oh,
it does seem
no
like
way.
Speedy is going to go for the execute under the fountain. Nope. Tries to recall. Shanks is right there. He does have the Vengeance. No, it's actually still on cooldown. Now he does get it back against Speedy. Just recalling inside of the base. Shanks should be able to pick him up, and he does. Oh man, Speedy really having a good time in the land of Dawn, just taunting his opponents.
All right, so I'm not sure what we would actually chalk that up to from Speedy. Eternal Guard's going to be dropped down.
With the way to Dragon, no Dominor's Ascent just yet. Nightcrawler able to find it just in time. Kenji on the other side of the map picks up the turtle, secures it for Egypt. And it does seem like in the bottom lane, despite the Dominator's Ascent, it's still going to be a kill, and Onward defensively now is in the bottom lane. Shanks continues this fight, but it's a double up top. Egypt looking for a triple there, and Alpha picks it up. 3 kills over to Egypt as Swagboy tries to go in. Alpha can tank up a whole lot with a Vengeance too, and Swagboy forced back. Now it's going to be the Lycan form for Speedy, crawling and mauling down. Say goodbye to Shanks' HP bar with the Lycan pounce. That's Speedy picking up the 9th kill over for Egypt.
There's a whole lot happening all over across the map at this point, and really it's hard to kind of keep up with some of it just because of how much pressure Egypt is putting around the map of Djibouti, and to the point where, again, you don't typically see members being in the enemy base at this point, right? Like that's not a normal thing to do, but even if you're able to punish...
Oh man.
Oh, Kenji?
2-level lead already for Kenji, and he's dealing with the clones so easily.
Force a fight.
Onward, gonna be caught in the turret fight, knocked up by the Eternal Guard. Speedy executing him. Now with the calling coming down, they're still able to do some damage. The Black Dragon for Speedy, gonna be taken out by the Saps. Kenji picking up the blade. Swagboy looking for the retaliation as now he jumps in with the Divine Blade and will be able to turn it around on Swagboy. Some good answers from Djibouti this time around. Kenji's gonna be forced back. Shen trying to escort Kenji to recall away the dragon with the flicker combo. Dexter, great petrify, trying to go for the outplay. And no, he's unable to get the dragon tail in time.
Oh man, yeah, at this point, Egypt, in a way, it just...
Meanwhile, Alpha.
Meanwhile, Alpha up there taking 1 versus 3, but... And that's the thing, they're playing around the fact that they have enough confidence to do this. Do this.
The Vengeance, he just goes through it.
Yeah, there's not much you can do about that.
Oh,
Vengeance,
man.
Cottering Inferno, it's all popped. You're not going to get through that damage. You're not going to get
Even the orange buff?
Even the orange buff. It's all for Alpha at this point.
Oh, Swagboy Those clones are definitely not having a good time here in the Land of Dawn, just getting demolished every time. Run, forced to use the onward defensively, gets the Earth Shatter down, that's a good Terrify to set up for Kenji to secure a monster kill at the 6th minute of the game.
This is probably the best game you can have here on a Ling or any type of hero that is meant to scale up and get this momentum. Because at this point, again, Djibouti, look at what's happening here. Their base, they can't even escape it.
He can't even get the ultimate down. Dexter now, even with the Petrify, he tried to use it there. It was still on cooldown. He went on 4 members. Swag Boy, let's see if with the clones he can actually deal with Kenji. 2v1, making a 3v1, coming in with Nightcrawler with the Dominators. Kenji, he's stunned up. Steps to Blaze, over, and he will win it out. Godlike, secured by Kenji. As all Nightcrawler can do is just watch with a big Johnny.
Oh, is he going to jump back in? He is.
Jumping over. Oh! Good shutdown from Nightcrawler. Able to pop into Nightmaric Spawn in time, and now a Black Dragon is actually marching down onto the Vixana with a good Petrify in. Dexter secures a kill, and at least here, there's a little bit of punishment from Djibouti.
Yeah, there's some answers coming out now for Djibouti to deal with what Egypt's been throwing at him, and in a way, I guess you could look at it. We talked about curveballs being the double-edged sword. Well, maybe even for Egypt. If they overstep a little bit too much like they did even just going into the enemy base at this point, they might get punished enough. But I think for Djibouti, you have to get Alpha. You have to have an answer for him because look how much he's just tanking up here. And so part of it too, Nightcrawler, I think you're going to have to rely on him to pump out a lot of the damage on this Zask. There's a reason why it gets picked up early on for a lot of these teams. Provides so much early on damage, and even to the late game, the slow, oh man, can be quite detrimental. But look at this, just shoved out for the resources.
That's a big boy, Shax. Forced to get the taunt. Dominator's Ascent used up defensively. Now the calling coming down, but it's going to be Swag Boy in the mid lane, just clearing it out. Brun, unable to take that damage. Kenji diving under the base turret and securing a shutdown. 3 members taken out from Djibouti, now just 2 members left. Dexter. That's a good Jeet Kune Do Flicker combo into the way to Dragon, kicked him all the way back to the Blades. Shen picks him up with the concussive blast, and up top it's a base turret at the 8th minute of the game.
Yeah, I know, you had to double check, like 8 minutes and all this action.
They might be able to go for the end right here. 8 minutes is all it takes for Egypt to take Djibouti down in game number 1.
Wow. Game number 1, Egypt comes out swinging.
Wow.
8-minute win. Probably one of the faster games we have seen from the online qualifier up to this point now for the AEC here. And it's interesting the way they made that happen. I think that's the main point. Like, again, they were in the enemy territory, in the enemy base even. It was Speedy that was sitting there, what, a 3-minute mark? Somewhere around there?
Yeah.
Insane. Like, you don't usually see that. So if that typically doesn't happen, you're not prepared for that, then what is the answer? And honestly, when you have a lineup the way that Djibouti had, who do you send?
At this point, it is a confusing question that you just threw at me there. I don't think anyone was there to actually. I don't think anyone was ready to actually deal with Roger so early on, and Speedy kind of knew that. As long as he was able to bring the Gata Kacha away from the mid lane, that's some pressure relieved off of the mid lane, and that's some more space that they can utilize to just take control of the game with the Ling as well.
Yeah.
Because we were talking about how mid prio is going to be crucial in this game to stop what Egypt wants to do, and it's that snowballing that they were able to get on very early in the game. And technically, Speedy did make a few of those mistakes happen for himself, by overextending in the bottom and then in his own jungle, but still, I would say great composure from Egypt. And you can definitely see the experience shine here.
Yeah.
Even when they get picked off, they're like, yeah, no problem.
And again, we had some words, of course, before this matchup with some of the players here from Djibouti, and that's the thing, like, I think they know what they're up against, and really with this lineup, some of it could be chalked up to comfort, some of it could be chalked up to experimenting, but really just going against the beast that is Egypt with the amount of experience and just the way that they play as a team. It's difficult enough when there's a Ling across from you, but the way that Speedy, for example, was playing, it felt like there was maybe 2 Lings, because like you have a Ling going around your enemy territory, your jungle and everything else, but then you have Speedy to worry about. Yeah. He's in your base.
Who has the clones, right?
Where is he, right? And then on top of that, you have Alpha going 1v3 a lot of the times. And that's why I said, like, the Thamus, when it was picked up, it was such a good answer because you provide so much damage, you're so tanky, and that enough alone gives you enough of the attention-seeking on the hero alone for Alpha that, for Djibouti, it's like you have too many fronts to worry about.
Exactly.
And then you end up just, at this point, where your base is actually being taken down at the 8-minute mark, and that's really tough to find kind of breathing room. It almost feels like you're just being suffocated in all lanes of your base, all lanes of the map here. And so that's why I think really when you break it down, it was just Egypt playing with the synergy that they've had over the years that they played and the experience that they have here. And for Djibouti, despite them having a really interesting lineup and trying to make this work, I'd love to see them kind of find like an adjustment for the second game, obviously, right? Like they had some meta picks, but then I don't know, maybe it was too much of a curveball.
Yeah, they definitely threw some curveballs in with the Gatot Kacha, with Sun, and I think it's good timing to actually do that in game number 1 of a best of 3, right?
Yeah.
But now we really have to see those adjustments come through from Djibouti because we're going to take a look here at the post-game stats. The game duration was actually 8 minutes and 11 seconds, so a complete stomp coming in from Egypt, and that's what we kind of expect with this draft. That's the pace that they set very early on with the Ling already out farming the Sun, by the way, because of that mid-prio again. Having the Vexana and the Cho, we already kind of like foreshadowed that as well, pointed that out, where with the Cho and the Vexana, you just have so much mid-prio, you can actually start to counter jungle or invade very early on. And Sun, Swagboy in this case, wasn't able to even grab his second camp.
Yeah, and I'm all for Sun. I'm all for like trying to make Sun work because
the off-meta picks are great. We love picks.
We love to see them, but it's a tall task, especially look at this. Alpha
That's a glowing wand for Alpha, by the way.
I was gonna say that's got to be real, right? Because does that make the Cowering Inferno burn more?
I guess so.
Is that what that does?
I don't know what he's going for next, but hey, might as well be a Holy Crystal or Divine Glaive. Yeah, exactly. So it definitely feels like, at least from the items as well, from the way they played, that they're just so much more comfortable than Djibouti on stage, and that was the experience that we were talking about already for Egypt. If you've been a viewer of Mlbb for a long time, you've seen these names in an international stage. Alpha, Speedy. Usually we see Maro and Leo here together with the Egyptian team, but this time, even with some of the players, they're still there. They've been into these international events. They have been playing in MPL MENA, and it goes to show that on stage, they don't see the stage. They don't see pressure.
Yeah, they're as calm as they can be, and even when you look at the way that they move around the map, the way that they play.
So comfortable.
And like, just for those that maybe don't know us so much, when you go to the draft and you first pick a Ling, which is what we saw them do, like that's the biggest way you can say, yeah, I'm confident.
Yeah,
I'm good. I'm good at Ling. I got this.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of theme here for this matchup. So and that's why we keep saying for Djibouti, we've seen some good things from them even on their journey up to this point.
Exactly.
I think they really relied too on just drafts like that.
Yeah.
But if you are going to do something like that, again, your execution has to be on point, right? So that's really what you have to be able to do here. And so, as we wait, like Mirko mentioned, this is a great time. Like game number 1, if you're going to test something out, test it out here.
Yep.
And so what I'd love to see is how this adjustment phase is going to be for game number 2 for Djibouti, because you already know that whatever Egypt is planning, whatever kind of lineup that might be, they have enough experience to make it work. And there's always, there's always that line on how that works and how that falls into place. So for Djibouti, we'll see exactly what their answer is going to be. But I don't know, did we, even from that game 1, I don't think there was enough time for us to even see if they were, had a winning lane or winning opportunity there. I think that it just was too much of a collapse from Egypt.
I think if there was a winning lane or a winning condition for Djibouti, it would have been the gold lane, because Azask was actually doing a pretty good job, and it's just very hard to beat a Zaskin lane anyways, right? So that was one of the winning conditions coming in from Djibouti, but unfortunately, because all the other lanes, and even in the jungle, they were losing out so much, they weren't able to enable the gold lane to shine.
Yeah.
And Nightcrawler, in the end, though being the winning lane, still wasn't really able to translate that lead in the lane itself to the team fights. But I would say in game number 2, this is what's scary for Djibouti.
What's the scary thing?
They pulled off the curveballs. They try to go for the cheese picks in game number 1. Now, I feel for some reason that Egypt might do the same thing in game number 2. They might be the ones
because
to pick up
of the one they had
an Argus Inspire or like a Hellkurt mid, something like that.
Yin Rome.
A Yin Rome? And we saw that from South Africa in online qualifiers, and we did see them actually take a win.
It made it work,
with 2 assassins. So, hey.
Hey, you know what? At this point, through what we've seen for the ISF qualifiers, we've seen 5 arrivals, we've seen world records be made, we've seen
6
5
minutes
retributions.
and 6 minutes and 6 seconds? 6 minutes and 4 seconds? I
6:04,
forgot exactly.
6:04.
6:04 was the fastest game we saw, and that was from
Yeah.
the American Regional Online Qualifier. So let's see if AEC can beat it, and it is going to be a swap in sides, and the Ling gets banned out.
Yeah, that's a good start. We're jumping into game number 2 draft here, so the fact that Djibouti is going to have that blue side priority, they get that first pick. This is where it all starts.
Yep.
They're already through that first phase of bans. What is the game plan here? I think that's where we kind of start to paint the picture, on what exactly how they're going to approach this. Roger, meta. And that's what I was saying, man. At least for game 2, maybe pick up more of those meta picks. Oh, no. All right. You already called this earlier on.
Oh, man.
What more?
Geelong?
All right.
All right, Egypt really going to have fun this game, it seems,
So if the last game...
If the first pick is Geelong, okay, let's take
This draft already
back.
has me sweating, man.
Let's take a step back here, Naisu, right? You were talking about how when you first pick Ling, you were basically saying, I'm confident.
Yeah.
I'm good.
What does this say?
What does this say? What does the
I'm
Geelong
asking you,
first
what
pick?
does it say?
I mean, I don't know what it says, It just says, I'm a Chad. I think at this point, not only is it a Geelong first pick, but it's a Hellkurt. Some teams actually do pick up the Hellkurt first pick, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Beloy, shout outs to him. But
I was going to say, you could say it's kind of meta.
It is kind of meta, if you have a roamer that actually plays in a very
Geelong?
aggressive way, but the Geelong is definitely, I don't know if this is correct.
Where's he going?
Where is, see, even at this point, Djibouti don't know. So they go for the Zas, they go for the Tigreal, they just build on their own composition, and that's the Argus too, coming in from Egypt.
It's like you knew. Why did you mention this earlier?
I'm sorry, man. I don't know. I just had a feeling that they would go crazy in game number 2, and I can already see the smiles of the players right now as they are picking up these heroes.
You know what I would love? If the mid lane just happens to be a Gord.
Oh,
Let it be a Gord, let it be a Cyclops, let it be something like,
Let the last 2 picks be our comfort picks,
Yeah.
Like Melissa and Gord.
Melissa and Gord. I would
Melissa
go
and
for
Gord.
it. But I have a feeling so Argus, is this gold lane Argus? Because, okay, just to put it in context
Layla
here,
ban, by the way, just in case.
Yeah. We don't see these picks aside from the Hellkurt. That's what I would say. You don't see a Xylem, you don't see an Argus. So we don't actually know 100% where they're actually going to put them in the lane either.
Yeah.
This could be a gold lane Argus. It could be a XP lane Argus. Now, personally, when I play him in my own games, I do put him in the XP lane because there's no way I'm getting gold. But I feel like this could possibly be a gold lane Argus.
Oh, okay. Gold lane Argus.
Jungle Paquito?
Yeah.
Or XP? You don't know.
Maybe gold lane Paquito, right? So technically, what's good about this draft from Egypt is that everything is flex. Everything can be whatever they want it to be,
yeah,
right? If they can play the Zilong in the jungle. The Hellkurt goes mid together with the Paquito, and then they throw the Argus in the XP, in the gold lane. They can swap it all around. But for Djibouti, I think best response here would just be, build on your draft already, secure some of these big picks. I would say at least against this composition, they might need a few more of those CC-heavy heroes. The Edith, not too bad, right? Put him in the XP, and then maybe go for a little bit more of a tank in the jungle. They go for more HP. There you go. And the Sun, though. So they still have a little bit of that cheese in them from game number 1, bringing it over. Together with the Faramis, Zaz, Tigreal, and also the Roger. This is a solid composition for Djibouti. For Egypt, it is a very cheesy comp. They end the draft with a Gushin.
Okay. The Gushin is at least, I'm just going to say, Gushin's going mid, right? Because I don't think you would have put him in the jungle, although you could.
You could. In theory, it's on Kenji.
Yeah, you could. Okay, so actually Gushin might be. So who is going mid here?
It's Hellkurt Gold.
Is it Hellkurt Gold? Is it Paquito mid?
I think it might be. I think it might be Paquito mid.
It almost makes me wonder, what are their battle spells? Because it's going to be another iteration.
We saw 5 arrivals.
Yeah.
We saw 5 retributions in the American regional qualifiers.
What could this be 5 of? If we could just throw something out there.
5 cheese picks is enough, no?
Why not
want
throw
5 more, 5 executes?
I think that's viable.
Right? If they want to just dive in, 5 execute sounds like a pretty good idea. Or, because they lack range, 5 flame shots.
That's
makes
true.
sense.
That does make
Theoretically.
sense. If you're lacking in range,
add the range.
Add the range.
And they're also lacking magic damage. The flame shot does cover that. But
okay, they don't. But let's go ahead and jump into the game here. It's game number 2. Match point right now for Egypt against Djibouti. They brought a lineup for the ages. And they're already getting a first blood in the mid lane.
That's a sprint and a Petrify committed very early on from Speedy and Shen. Dexter just clearing out his own jungle here. We'll see if Egypt can actually force a faster game out of Djibouti in game number 2, because they set the standards quite high for themselves, man. Game 1, it was 8 minutes and 11 seconds. Nightcrawler this game already getting zoned away from the gold lane. Alpha, obviously, he's got to use the Darth Vader skin,
I was going to say, it's got to be. There's no better skin for the Argus than the Darth Vader skin.
This is truly the dark side.
This is why they should have went to Cyclops.
Oh, man.
For the Yoda. Why? Missed opportunity.
Oh, Jockey definitely not going to be missing any opportunities. That was an opportunity to bait out the flicker from Shanks. He got that on the board, and it does seem like for Djibouti, they're actually going to be building some of the tough boots up against a full, almost physical composition here. Force flicker instantly from Nightcrawler, and Egypt will just be utilizing his pressure to actually cut all the waves.
Yeah, that's what they're going to do here, and at the same time, it's
Speedy's bot.
Speedy is bot. That's what I was just gonna say. Speedy is bot right now. He's gonna go ahead and he's actually doing quite a bit of damage to Swag Boy here. He's almost. Oh, hold on. He had those ready. I think Swag Boy has the information he needs.
Rapid boots conceal.
Oh no.
Speedy gonna be ganked here, but he does have the Dark Knight Falls. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Incandescence Kenji picking up a kill in the mid lane. Shanks was forced to use the flicker early, so that's another kill over towards Egypt.
So momentum already built up here. You know, with these minor decisions that they made in the early game, 2 minutes in, they already get themselves, a nice healthy lead, 1.4, 1.5k gold ahead. Turtles up. They're going to get in position here too, but already Brun giving the information. Doesn't have the implosion just yet, not level 4, neither is Shanks. And so you can already see the mid lane, the pressure. Look at both of them come into mid.
Oh man, grab back again, Incandescence into the back line. Speedy finding the assassination as Kenji is still able to escape. Alpha waiting in that bush, trying to go for a flank right now, but it does seem like they will be able to zone them away from the first tier 1 Shen. Bringing him back into Speedy with the stingers to take him. Shen's just making a lap through the base and will be executed. No, Dexter picks up the kill, got a little bit of damage there as the clone in the mid lane, or actually in the bottom side of the map, will be able to be used up by Swag Boy to escape from the stingers, but say goodbye to the purple buff. Man, that's Grand Theft Purple from Kenji.
Yeah, Shen just taking a lap. I don't know if he just miscalculated. He's like, yeah, ran out of the speed boost a little bit too early. And he's like, oops, he's fast. He's too fast, right, at this point.
Technically, Speedy should have done that, right?
Oh, that's true, right? But right now, Speedy being 3-0, that's actually quite scary for Djibouti to deal with, because once he drops even the Dark Knight Falls, and then he picks up the Blade of Heptases on top of it. Expect a play here under this turret. You can already see them setting around this bottom side.
Yeah, Shen's relieving a whole lot of pressure. Brun able to find a pick. The Petrify cancels it out. Great implosion coming down from Brun there, and that's Dexter picking up a kill over. Incandescence coming down, a flicker out. Speedy waiting in the bush, going for the assassination. Meanwhile, Joki will be taken out. That's a double kill for Dexter, but Alpha's waiting right there. Misses out on the cable, but Speedy finds the double. Alpha doesn't even need to land those chains.
Yeah, the answer is going to have to be Speedy here. What do you do about it? That just... Okay.
Look at Alpha.
Alpha just pops the ultimate. Takes multiple shots.
There you go.
Shanks, good punishment. You don't let Alpha do that, Shanks. Good job. Because he took the whole health bar of hits from the turret, popped his ultimate, and then he gets punished.
Oh no, Swag Boy will have to run away. Shen pops in ultimate, goes in for the dive. Swag Boy under the tier 2, gets taken out. Brun's looking for a play, gets the shove in, and Dexter will be able to claim a kill here, but the turret, all the goal has been taken away by Speedy.
Okay, Djibouti's had enough. At this point, they're going to find a couple kills for themselves, and now hopefully they have some space, but Speedy, the problem. Oh, good dodge there from Shanks. Speedy's just going to wait patiently, though.
Oh, with the Incandescence, Kenji finds the kill. Brun still has the implosion, can go for it, but he flickers out now together. Finding the implosion onto 2 with the Stampede, connecting Speedy together with Joki, actually able to outplay the situation with a great Petrify. It's a monster kill over to Speedy.
Oh, he's going in.
That's a dagger connecting, and Kenji just dives under the turret to find a killing spree.
Just when I was saying Djibouti found a couple wins themselves, it's Egypt that says, not yet. We have multiple things that we can throw at them, whether it's Speedy, whether it's Kenji. How do you catch any of these? Yeah, even Joki and Alpha here.
Swag Boy.
Swag Boy.
Sandwiched up top under the turret. Alpha's just tanking it up, and again, he gets brought back into the daggers. Kenji is just having a field day.
All right, at this point, it's still Egypt putting in the work that they have to. Nightcrawler waiting for Dexter to help him out here, but it looks like, again, they're holding on to at least a tier 1. Netherrealm, that HP bar got taken out. The Stampede unable to even connect.
And now the dagger connects. Shen jumps in, an implosion to cancel it out. Might be an outplay here. Shen taken out 1-for-1, but in the end, it's still Kenji with the unstoppable end in the bottom lane.
Oh no.
Nightcrawler, he was in a Dominator's Ascent, but now he gets dove on again, and Speedy is 8-0-1.
How do you stop? This is literally a nightmare. Like, if Hellcurt is the nightmare, this is it, right? 8-0-1, the damage is insane. And not even that, Kenji too. Kenji's having a phenomenal game. He's gonna go for Swag Boy.
Oh, the AoE. Good Petrify coming down, Kenji! Those were 3 clones he was up against, and every single one of them just got dismantled.
Looking at the damage here, obviously it's pretty insane across the board. You're gonna have things kind of switched around here too, but oh, Shen
with the shove back. Alpha still has that ultimate, just jumps in. Speedy's damage. Joki comes over. Good NetherRealm to actually save Dexter to get out of that situation there, but Egypt, they're continuing to push on the pressure, even up against the frontliners.
Yeah, looking at the items, obviously you're gonna see a huge gap in economy already. I was wondering, who had the Sky Piercer? It turns out it's Kenji. He's also got the Genius Wand here. Hunter's Strike available for Joki. That's all he pretty much needs to do, and they're gonna make a play.
That's Brun, that's a frontliner, that's a 4-man implosion from
good
Brun.
implosion.
Coming down, that's a Petrify as well. Good combo, Djibouti strike back, and they pick up a massive shutdown on the way. That's a triple for Dexter. Speedy's 8-kill bounty was taken out. Kenji's forced to use Incandescence defensively. Dexter shoved back again. Kenji tries to throw the dagger, but is unable to land it.
That was an amazing implosion.
Great combo from Brun.
Good job on that setup. They get a huge amount of gold too in their favor. Still, Kenji wants to go for Dexter, but at least Nightcrawler's there.
Kenji, even without the Incandescence, not going for Nightcrawler, goes for the Incandescence, and now with the daggers, Nightcrawler falling as well. It's a double for Kenji in the bottom lane, as now Egypt are looking for more kills on the board. Speedy with the Dark Knight Falls coming down, and Brun only able to find 1 man on the implosion this time. Flickers out to the tier 2. Joki dashing forward. Swag Boy and Brun gonna be engaged upon. Alpha still has the ultimate. We'll be able to pop it down just right here as they go for the dive. Joki getting the shield and down. Alpha backing away, and Speedy actually dealing enough damage to force them back under the tier 2.
Kenji's there now. Is he gonna go for Brun?
Lands a dagger. Does he take it? He doesn't.
Okay, he doesn't take it. You know, they just ignored the turtles, by the way. No turtles for the whole game.
No objectives?
No objectives. They want the kills. They got the kills. But at this point, Lord is now up. Egypt clearly still ahead. 4,000 gold or so.
Oh, Shen
taking laps again.
That's what the Conceal Rapid Boots is for.
Just that.
Running
Give
laps.
the thumbs up. All right, there you go. Objective secured. First one of the game, they'll get the Lord. And now for Egypt to play around this. You know, once this Lord comes up and spawns in, then Djibouti, the best thing they can do is somehow, some way, Brun does what he did earlier. He replicates it. He gets a multiple member implosion off. And then they can follow through with that. I'm just wondering if they have enough damage. And Dexter has been done.
Look at the showboating.
Yeah, that's down the mid lane. That's how you summon the Lord to march up faster, you know? That's what that is.
It's a speed buff for the Lord. No, it isn't. No. It's a joke, ladies and gentlemen, but Egypt really just dominating in this game. Again, Alpha decides to engage, forcing out another realm, and is able to find it now. A good shove back, Brun unable to go for the implosion. Will be able to find just Alpha there. This one member. Meanwhile, Swag Boy dealing with the Lord all alone up top. It doesn't seem like Egypt actually want to control the Lord even.
Yeah. So, Kenji?
Diving under the turret. Oh, still able to find a double with a Sky Piercer, full stacks probably. Now the Dark Knight Fall, jumping under the turret. Good Petrify over Nightcrawler. Able to flicker out to safety to outplay Speedy.
Okay, so I'm wondering at this point, now that we're seeing, Djibouti still pick up a couple kills here and there, when is the turning tide for Egypt when this just falls apart? You know, like when does this... Oh, Kenji?
Again, dealing a whole lot of damage. That's one of the clones that he got rid of. And for Egypt, the goal lead is slowly but surely actually disappearing, right?
Slowly, but Swag Boy also disappeared.
What happened there?
You got taken out, man.
Joki. 2v1 situation. NetherRealm still available for Shanks. Decides to pop it in as Joki might just be forced back. Getting out Alpha up top. We're looking for the turret, and this time they will be able to claim that tier 2. So at least they're getting some objectives on the board now.
Yeah, they're going for it again. The Lord didn't result into too much, but they'll get some more turrets. Possibly another tier 2. They're going to force Brun back, flip him over too.
Good shove over. Speedy going to be caught in the implosion. And Dexter cleans him up. They do lose all the tier 2s though, even in the mid lane. So for Djibouti, it's back to just damage control.
Okay, so they get the shield at least in the mid lane too. Djibouti holding on. I think that's the main point. You always have to kind of consider. With this kind of lineup that Egypt brought, at one point it can fall off. You know, the whole point of this lineup is to just get that early lead, which we saw them get, but it can fall off, especially if the defensive items come into place for Djibouti. And we're kind of seeing glimpses of that. So, you know, at one point, once again, for Djibouti, it's just to build back up on the defense. Dark Knight Fall is going to be used here. They might try to spawn out Swagboy. He is up there on top, so, you know, again, for Egypt, the next Lord that comes up, they might actually want to play around it instead of just letting Swagboy go ahead and deal with it in the lane.
Oh, wow. Swagboy actually decided to go in. Speedy's still able to escape with the Petrify earlier. Swagboy baited, and Joki gets the kill, but you can already see that damage start to hurt Egypt. Shen and Speedy took a whole lot of that damage.
So they're going to go ahead and take this Lord too. And even with that, that's why it's still going to the point. They got to be able to play around this one if they're looking to end the game. Run mid lane. He's the tankiest one, obviously, but they're going to go for it, I think.
Kenji with the daggers. Implosion connecting on the 300 Dominators Ascent right there. Run will lose his life. Joki comes in with the shield as well. Nightcrawler unable to stay in the Dominators Ascent now as Shanks pops in the Netherrealm, trying to save him, but will die instead. Now it's just Dexter. Can still run away, but now with the daggers coming down, as Lycan pounce and dodging away from it. Alpha with the Inspire, just beating them inside of their base and getting back to almost full HP.
All right, Lord's here now. It's going to be working on the turret. They're almost full force. Shen's going to be up soon, too.
Kenji taking down a big shutdown. Those are some of the Sky Piercer stacks also taken away, but the Lord, one more shot is all it needs. Speedy trying to go for it. Goes and dies actually under the base turret. And Joki will still be able to escape. Gets rid of the clone as he walks back to base.
I don't know. Speedy probably didn't know. You know, he's been taking risks since game one. There's no minions there for you, buddy. You can't be able to get that turret, albeit being one hit away. Alpha's going to go for it, though, it looks like.
He does still have the ultimate, decides to go in, gets the base turret, but I think he might have to sacrifice himself, or maybe Dexter might actually be taken down here. Dexter able to survive together with Nightcrawler, with Downers Ascent, full dive over Swagboy. Again, responding here, getting a kill on Shen.
All right, Djibouti still has life, still in the game too. They've closed the gold gap.
Great shove, Joki, knockout strike 2 times, now running away, Brun with a flicker forward, but Shanks with the lethal ignition proc. No implosion to play with right now. Kenji dashing forward, forcing out the Netherrealm, putting the daggers down, might be able to go for it again.
Can he follow it up?
Over into the back, Shanks baits him in. Dexter was right there. Great plays from Djibouti.
Man, oh man, they might get punished enough here. Speedy's going to go ahead and clean up a kill. But man, Egypt, I asked the question about 5 minutes ago. You know, at one point, this is going, the cheese of this lineup is going to fall apart a little bit by little. And Djibouti's done a good job at kind of keeping things at pace. Again, if they want to get to a game number 3, they have to be able to keep sustaining this up and dealing with everything that Egypt's throwing at them. And right now, Brun is a big factor to that. Speedy, though,
might be caught on the bottom lane. No Petrify this time, but was still able to dish out a lot of damage there with the Stingers. Brun, Implosion coming down with the Petrify to Shen will fall as well. That's a double kill. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Alpha going for the dive on Dexter. Shanks gets caught in the crossfire. Alpha still having an ultimate, dealing with the Dominators Ascent as Swagboy goes for the flank right now. Alpha taken down in the mid lane. Swagboy picks up an Unstoppable. And if you take a look at the gold lead, ladies and gentlemen, Djibouti have equalized in the gold department.
They've equalized it at this point. They're finding kills where they need to, and Egypt is being very aggressive, really trying to just, at this point too, it's just, you know, some of the times they're just going 1v1, 1v3. I get that it's a Darth Vader skin, you know, but Alpha at one point too, you're not going to be able to get much more than maybe a kill at this point. And so with that, Lord is up here, and Djibouti's actually in a position to go ahead and start it up.
Oh no, the Lord actually knocked him up, but Speedy unable to find the Petrify. Great Netherrealm coming down as well. Shen looking for the steal. Swagboy secures the Lord. Dexter walking up with the Lycan Pounce. Shen able to shove him back to safety there. Does seem like for Shen, he is still able to pop in the ultimate. Kenji rotating again, only finding the clone. And for Djibouti, this is their time to strike back.
This is a great momentum shift here for Djibouti. They got the Lord, and now it might seem like Egypt did a little bit too much.
Oh, Dexter going to go for Lycan Pounce. Alpha dragged back. Meanwhile, Swagboy actually outscaling already. Kenji dealing a whole lot of damage, but it's only just to the clone. Swagboy scaled to be a monster in the 15th minute of the game.
Wow. And so you're seeing it here. Once again, things kind of just shift in tide You know, at one point, again, Egypt had Speedy and Kenji deathless, but look at this front.
Oh, Sky Piercer dealing with the Immortality HP run. Great flicker out to safety there, but Alpha catches him. Oh, great implosion coming down. Alpha still able to pop into ultimate in time now. Goes after Shanks, who is still able to pop into Netherrealm, but Kenji is right there to capitalize. Shanks taken down, all of them falling to the daggers. Kenji finding a massive combo, but with the Enhanced Lord up top, Nightcrawler is isolated all alone, brought back into the daggers once again. Nightcrawler, this time able to find a trade at least. But take a look at the base turrets falling one by one as they try to deal with the minions.
Oh, they're going to find themselves here at a very difficult position with the lineup that they have. Egypt might have these next two turrets go down. If it happens to go in Lord in favor of Djibouti again, Holy Crystal is going to be picked up here now for Shanks. We'll have to see where the items are falling in place for this. But Egypt, it looks like they're just going to be like, you know what, we're 3 strong. Let's just go down the mid. Shen, I don't think he's going to find anyone to flip. Yeah, he doesn't.
He's just lapping around, man.
I was going to say, this, it's always that skin.
It's always that skin.
It's always that one.
That these G-Long players go for. And, you know, despite the KDA, Shen, 2-9-9, he's actually been able to relieve a lot of pressure for the team just by running around the base. So I wouldn't actually be surprised if he actually decides to go for a split push when Djibouti decides to go for the Lord here. But Shen's got to be careful. That's a conceal coming down. Shen, he does have the ultimate. He is very fast. He does have the sprint as well. There you go.
Conceal.
That's the conceal. Dashes away or walks away from Nightmare Spawn, pops the ultimate as well, now pops the sprint, goes in on the Shanks. Able to find the damage now. Shanks great Netherrealm, but it's going to be baited out. Meanwhile, up top, it might be a gank. Kenji finding the kill as well. Alpha still up top.
Alpha!
Speedy together. Alpha still with the ultimate, pops in the Inspire, and finishes the game off in 17 minutes.
17.5 minutes. Egypt finally was like, you know what, let's go ahead and check this out because we cannot let Djibouti drag the game out further. And that'll be a sweep for Egypt here, even with the lineup that they brought to the table. Very niche, very cheese strat.
Very alpha.
Very alpha, very alpha.
I would say just very alpha, very speedy, very Shen. That was the lineup we saw. You can see the smiles already from Alpha there, thumbs up too, from that Argus performance. Despite the KDA, do we give it over to him for ending the game like that?
Yeah, I mean, he's feeling pretty good about it, right? Because I think it was like I know we don't have their comms, like we can't hear their comms, but I'm pretty sure it was like, guys, all right, we need to
end the game.
We need to end the game because if it goes to past the 20-minute mark, I think even if we got to that next Lord take and it was Djibouti, they probably would have ended the game, you know, because they had the meta lineup, the standard lineup that they had. So, you know, unfortunate that it wasn't a game 3. Like, we didn't get to go to a game 3, but even with this kind of lineup that Egypt brings to the table, they made it work, you know, and it worked until probably I would say towards the end of the game even. I mean, we're going to take a look at, I'm not sure, some of the highlights here of what they had, but okay, there we go. Looking at this is already 17 minutes in the game. Great explosion. That was a great combo. And if Djibouti could have kept doing that, and they did a couple of times, you know, they would have been really well off here. But the problem was the lead that this lineup gives Egypt is really difficult. Doesn't matter which team is doing it, but it's really difficult to bring back a game like that. And they were doing it. Like that's the thing. Djibouti was actually being able to make that happen. They were finding a lot of winning moments, but it's almost like there was just too much of a scale in favor of Egypt at that point.
And really for Egypt, the whole plan for this composition was to get a massive lead at the start, get to the base turrets, and then it would just be their game. Because, again, Djibouti, the only way that they can actually win out this game would be to find Egypt in a 5v5 all the way in the later stage of the game. But at that stage, Egypt would never be clumping up together, right? They have a Helker, a Zilong, a Paquito, together with an Argus, Inspire. You're never going to see them clumped up. You're always going to see them just soloing in the side lanes. And if you, Djibouti, decide to clump up, that's what we saw earlier. Egypt just utilized that to split push, utilizing obviously this Argus with the Inspire and the 2 health bars he gets to get rid of the base.
Yeah, it's, again, the lineup that they had. You knew that they had a very specific goal in mind. Egypt accomplished it for the majority of the time. Djibouti, I think they rose up to the lineup, I would say, you know, and like they answered it pretty well. But again, it goes back to just the point, like even for Shen, like you mentioned, like he did such a great job at just being a distraction. And any Zilong main is going to know that. Like at one point, you're just a distraction. Like you're going to be running around the sidelines, you're popping the ultimate.
The conceal.
Yeah, the conceal and everything else. And so, you know, for him, it was just kind of like he did his job for the majority of it. And even though we got caught out a little bit, like in the base, going for that lap around, that is what it is. That's the lineup that they brought to the table there. So they end up sweeping that game, sweeping the series. I think, again, we did go ahead and predict Egypt. Like, that is what we threw out there. And I think watching them, too, like, even though now we've seen Morocco, I would still say, like, Egypt looks like the best team right now here.
It's just the experience that comes into play,
Yeah.
right? I mean, even when Djibouti was able to find those big combos, even when Djibouti was able to find the equalizer, even with the base turrets, they were able to get the base turret up top. It almost seemed like, I mean, even all that, despite all that, Egypt were in control.
Yeah.
They had the idea of how to end the game all the way from the start, and that vision, that experience comes into play, especially when we take a look at like a 70-minute game. That's where the macro, the decision-making that they've, kind of culminated after all these international events comes to play. And for Djibouti, it was still a good performance, by the way. Still able to make it this close against a team like Egypt.
Like Egypt, yeah.
A titan like Egypt in the African Esports Championship. Props to Djibouti. Shout-outs to them. It's an amazing performance, despite,
Despite the result.
Despite being their first time playing an offline stage, playing with, the crowd watching as well. Definitely was a lot of pressure for them to deal with as rookies in the offline stage.
Yeah. I think you have to really look at it. Their foundation was really good. The foundation that we saw from Djibouti, going from the online to this point, has been, the improvement is there, and I really like to see it. But again, going against a team like this, very difficult, to topple because of the amount of experience that they have. And, just a heads up, too, I believe our next game that is in store for us here is going to be starting around 6:20, 6:30, around that time. And that will be another matchup, of course, that a lot of these things have to fall in place. If you guys also want, don't forget, if you're watching with us online, you can stay up to date with the standings, iesf.gg, to see what is going on around everywhere, right? So, again, keep an eye on the standings. It's Group A, Group B. We're going to be taking a break right now, and we'll be back after this. We jump into the draft.
Yeah. So as you explained earlier, that that does give you a little bit of an idea. A tongue twister here. That does give you a little bit of an idea of the stakes of this current match. So as we take a look at the drafting phase here for game number 1 in this best of 3, finally we get to see Jushin coming into play, because for the past 2 days Jushin has always been banned out. So finally we get to see how competitive the Jushin is in the mid lane, alongside with the Harith and the Ling here for Egypt. And for the side of South Africa, we do see a Jawhead as well as a Julian. Now, Jawhead, where do you think this Jawhead is going to go? Is it going to be a Jawhead roam, a Jawhead jungle, Julian in the mid lane?
That's, I guess the fact is you have so much flexibility, and you can adapt from this the way you want. But okay, now the fact that you have a Ruby to line up the first phase of this for South Africa, I think we're just going to assume Julian in the jungle. You have Jawhead that can go roam. Ruby, honestly, at this point, I would say like you can go roam too. But the great thing about the Ruby pick and why I think South Africa is doing this is because it's also flexible. We have seen Ruby in the gold lane as well.
Yep.
I'm not 100% sure if that's what they want to do. Going against a Harith, it might be one of the answers that they want to go with. But I think really for South Africa, when I look at the first picks coming out from Egypt, and knowing, again, we always have to talk about the experience that Egypt has and that they're bringing, from all their international experience through the table here. Jushin is like the biggest answer. Like early game, you want to be able to play against that pick. We know that she made waves ever since she was actually available for competitive play, like a month ago, I think it was. And we know how devastating it can be in the early game. So I think for South Africa, really it's solving that plus the Ling.
That's why the Jushin pick here is so brilliant, right? Because technically, South Africa, they dug that hole themselves. They banned out the Zask in the first phase of the drafts. And of course, an experienced team like Egypt would pick that up straight away. So Zask is usually a really great counter with the Jushin in the mid lane because of the fact that he can actually trade in the mid lane because of the additional range that he has against the Jushin. So it does give us a little bit of knowledge as to what Egypt are going for. They want that early game pressure, which actually signifies that this Ruby might be a good pick in the gold lane, right? Sure, it's not a great lane against the Harith, like you mentioned, but if you're trying to deny that kill pressure from the Ling that the Ling can offer, that actually is a viable choice. So even in addition to the Jushin, they actually pick up the Grok, so that's heavy mid lane prio now for Egypt for them to win out in those early game rotations.
You know what that's heavy? That's heavy magic damage. Look at this.
Wait, Novaria?
Novaria with the Harith and the Jushin?
So Novaria roam?
Okay,
Assuming,
to be
right?
fair, we've seen this before where there, for a time it was a lot of Novaria Valentina, Novaria Vexana, and they did run that in the roam. But also you could technically work around this, and because there's a Grok on the table too, it makes you wonder, right, what is the game plan for Egypt? I think really their bases are covered well. They have a lot of magic damage, like I mentioned, but for the most part, what do you want to do with this? Because XP lane wise, when was the last time we saw XP lane Grok?
Grok.
When was the last time we saw that?
I gotta say maybe 2-3 seasons ago.
Right?
And that's like a year and a half maybe since the last time we saw the Grok. I mean, technically the Grok is still gonna be great at wave clear.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the idea that they're going for, but again, we're still going on the premises of assumptions. We're still not sure where everyone is gonna be going. Grok could still be placed in the roam. Maybe we could be seeing something peculiar in the EXP lane. We'll find out sure enough, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into game number 1 in this best of 3 between Egypt and South Africa.
Okay, so now we have the updated look at here from Egypt. It is going to be, of course, Shen has his hands on the Grok, so they're going that way. And so it's, all right, we don't have, I guess there was, so that's what threw us off.
Oh!
It's not a Novaria. I was, because I was wondering the same thing, right? And there's the dragon. Oh, Twinkerbell. I think she's going to be in trouble. Oh, they get the passive off with the Guardian's Bear. Now Jokey could be in trouble here too, but it's going to be just fine. So again, going back to it, that was a visual bug that we had during the draft.
It's not a bug, Naisu.
What is it?
It's the API not handling how successful Egypt has been so far. They can't handle it, right?
They can't handle it. So, again, that's why we were so thrown off by it, but this makes sense. And now, they get the flicker out from Virus here. So really still breaking it down on what this lineup speaks for itself. The bases are covered really well. And hold on, still, look at what they're going to do to Virus here. Under the turret, going to put some more pressure. Kenji goes in. Tempest Blade's going to be used. It gets the first blood and gets out with his life. Gambit a little bit too late to try to pick up that kill in response.
Yeah, it's quite difficult right now for South Africa to kind of hinder that early game pressure that Egypt currently has with the Ling, especially that Doofenshmirtz, he's still level 2, right? He doesn't have level 4 just yet. He doesn't have his ultimate just yet. The Unstoppable Force will be legit an unstoppable force later on as we get into the game. But for now, South Africa, all they need to do is kind of buy some time for them to get into that item power spike as well as that level power spike. I think one thing that we should note about South Africa this time around before we get into it is the fact that there's a little bit of a change in roster for their jungler. Wait a second, okay.
Big Shen's okay. Oh, the rest of the team going to be here to find it out. Alpha goes in, gets the final slashed off, going to force Gambit back a little bit more, but could be in trouble here. Joki takes too much damage, tries to survive, but he won't. Virus picks up a kill, and now it's Alpha on the run. Has Shen there with him. Doofenshmirtz could be in trouble, gets the Guardian's Barrier, but he's fine, and will back up. They know the Turtle's up here. Going back to it, you were mentioning there's probably a shift here in the roster.
Yeah, it's supposed to be Swag in the jungle position. That's what we saw in the African Online qualifiers. They actually changed it up with Gambit. Wait a second, there's a 1v1. They should be fine though. So Gambit has actually transferred from the EXP lane into the jungle, and we have Oh My Kusi in the gold lane. So it's a complete roster shift. Meanwhile, Alpha though.
Oh, Alpha. 1 versus 4. Is he going to be able to get away from this? It's too much. Tries to bob and weave a little bit, but will get frozen and taken down from Twinkerbell. And I remember this now, you know. I remember through the online qualifiers, Twinkerbell was a force to be reckoned with throughout it all. But it's Kenji that gets the turtle. First objective secured here for Egypt. But I will say this, South Africa doing a good job at just kind of keeping a pace, finding wins where they can around the map. And, you know, I think the shift that we saw in the roster is something that we regularly saw from all the teams in ISF. Like, that was, I said this earlier in the previous match, I was like, there's 2 things that happened with ISF. A is amazing IGNs. 2 is flexible rosters. Yeah. Like, that's just what's going to happen when you're watching ISF.
Honestly, it gets confusing. Okay, especially for me, that's a little bit of a nerd. I like my notes.
Yeah.
So, oh, wait a second.
Okay, they get the stun off here too. Doofenshmirtz has a little bit of a shield though. Gets the rest of the fire down. Zaman Force already dropped too, but they just get stopped in their tracks. Once they see the zone clunched out, they can't really enter that anymore because they're still under a turret too. Great usage there. Again, Twinkerbell with this Aurora.
Again, very ironic though, right? Twinkerbell, I would think of a Twinkerbell to be very cute and nice.
Aurora's there, right? I mean, that's kind of a...
Yeah, not if you're like a close combat kind of hero against the Aurora, or even an assassin against the Aurora, right? That's why the Aurora has found so much more, I would say, attention in the meta. Because of the passive that she has, she's a little bit more invulnerable, a little bit more difficult to take down for heroes that like to go in for that all-in, right? Heroes that like to commit, like the Ling. So that's definitely what we're seeing again. And earlier on, you did mention that South Africa have been trading really well, and that's still the same story. They're behind in a 2K gold fashion, but the fact that they've been kind of able to stifle off Egypt, and the fact that they really wanted to go for Snowball has been great. But wait a second again.
Oh, they go in. Oh, Unstoppable Force again. Not going to find the connection they're looking for. Doofenshmirtz will get taken down in the mid lane. Glacier going to be dropped down. They get the freeze off too. Still fighting it under forward, but you can't escape the I'm offended. They'll clap back in an answer. It's Alpha that fell in the mid lane at 1-for-1, but the turtle's up and Kenji's going to start it up. Not sure if South Africa can really do it too much. They might still try to get in position. The Lantern's being dropped down here too. Twinkerbell's going to be fine, but it looks like they're setting up around that turtle. Trying to go for the snipe, but won't be able to get it. Kenji will secure the objective.
I don't think they should have contested that, right? I think they made the wise decision. They tried to look for a steal by Oh My Kusi on the Beatrix, but they didn't really overcommit to it, right? So there was no casualties there. They did lose a little bit of gold by giving over that neutral objective take. Kenji gonna be able to steal that purple, but wait a second, Virus here in that 1v1?
Not sure if Virus, just trying to be buying some time for the team to get there. The Unstoppable Force was used on Kenji, had to use the Tempest of Blades, but is going to get taken down. Zaman Force dropped on top of it all. Rest of the team, Shen now here, part of the fight. They're going to drag back Doofenshmirtz to the fight where they want him to go with the flare. And they get the kill. Now looking for more. Beacon already dropped too. The snipers lined up for the shot. Could be a full fight, but just they stop in their tracks here. Another drag comes in. They get the passive from Twinkerbell, but she's going to go ahead, get on out of dodge. A lot of just action back and forth here between both teams for this bottom turret.
That was a 1-for-1 trade. Now you can call it a 2-for-1. I mean, when it was still a 1-for-1, I would say that it was still worth it for South Africa. The fact that they were able to, shut down Kenji in his tracks and they traded in for Doofenshmirtz, a roamer. But the fact that Egypt was able to utilize that space to get in that turret in the bottom side does give Egypt yet another advantage around the map and gives them a little bit more of a holding ground around the map as well. And now the big question surfaces, right? South Africa, now they're behind, right? Now they're the ones that have to think about this. They can't go in for neutral objective contests. Gambit right now is level 8 as compared to Kenji, who is level 11. Now 12, by the way. But Omaikusi could be a little bit of trouble, still able to get out of that. As again, Jockey's so annoying, Naisu.
Yeah, this is why the Jushin gets picked up, and they all get a kill on top of it. That turret, I'm surprised they didn't get it down. That's one hit away. I was expecting him to get it, but Gambit, he continuously is going to get choked down to the resources, and I think that's what's difficult here. Trying to find some space to work around with in your own jungle, and a turtle up now too, forcing a fight under the turret. They go in, throwing everything at him. Virus tries to get away from Kenji though, and this is what you pick up the Jushin for. Doofenshmirtz can't get away from the flare.
Absolutely nothing. There's nothing that they can do right now, and it's so difficult. And remember, the fact that Jushin is already such an OP hero, and the fact that it's Jockey, who is known as the mid lane boss, by the way, back in his own region.
The mid lane boss.
Mid lane boss. That's the title that he has.
Oh, so you
Shout
gotta
out
go
to
through the boss.
Yasu, by
Shout
the
out
way,
to Yasu
for that piece of information. Speedy going in.
Wild Charge are going to be used. They get the knock up here.
Oh.
Dragged in. Twinkerbell. Oh no! Drops the Glacial Freeze though too. But Joki finally going to get punished. There's an answer from South Africa. And meanwhile, no one's going to get anything out of that because of the fact that Lord's already being started up by Kenji, and Kenji has free roam because of what the rest of the members of Egypt are doing. So that's an objective secured once again. This time around, it's the Lord for Egypt. South Africa, though, I'm still liking the fight that they have here. They're showing a lot of good promise, I would say. They pick up some big item pickups. Maybe they're in a position here, Eterna, to actually defend against this Lord push when it does spawn.
Let's hope. Let's hope. Because if you're talking about items, Omaikusi on the Beatrix, as we all know, one of the main item power spikes of the Beatrix is that BOD.
Yeah,
she
BOD.
picked it up, but at this point, because we don't really know what items have been built by Egypt, if there are physical defense items being brought in, then I would say the item power spike is Malefic Roar. So it's a good step in the right direction, but the question is it too late?
Is it too late? Well, you know what? Let's just hope that 10 minutes isn't too late.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed, because again, these are two teams that have been at the top of their standings for a while. Doofenshmirtz, though, going to be kind of in trouble. Gets the Wild Charge, gets blocked off with the Guardian's Bear. Kenji gets the kill, goes under the turret with the Tempest of Blades, but they can't find anything just yet. Twinkerbell might get dragged, though. Has to flicker out from Kenji. Otherwise, he would have gone down in the exchange. Egypt now playing around the Lord here on the top side. They force him back a little bit further. Shen in front of it all, but the turret's going to be worked on. Does Egypt look for more? Zaman Force going to be dropped down, forcing on Gambit. Less than half health away, but I think that's all they get. Maybe the mid turret of the base of South Africa.
Maybe. It looks like they're on the way right now. Still looking for that push. You can see that Shen is also biding that time as well, looking for that moment. Doesn't really have the ult just yet, but as soon as that pops, oh, there it is. No flicker to utilize, but they are looking for that opportunity. But the same can be said from the Jawhead, right? Doofenshmirtz also looking for that moment, but they do need to be aware, right? Speedy already has the Holy Crystal, and here it is.
Oh, how do you fight against the Wild Charge? Zaman Force, everything dropped down on South Africa. They get the pull on that Alpha. He's going to go down in the exchange. What do they find more here? It's already a double for Kenji. Flare's going to be dropped down. Virus holding down the front side. Gambit jumps in. They hold on for now. Flare's still going to be used on Virus, but Virus will still live. Meanwhile, Speedy, this whole time, clearing up this bottom side. They want to get this last turret to the base of South Africa, but right now, Egypt might just have to call it off. Let's take a look at the items here.
Yeah, I don't think they can overcommit onto that just yet. So taking a look at the items here for the jungle boss, right? That's what he's known for, Kenji. We do see that he has already the... man, why am I blanking out, bro?
It's all right,
Haas Claws! There you go, but wait a second.
Oh, well, what's Kenji have? Nothing. He just gets taken out finally.
Yeah, well, it was a 1v4. You know, like despite the gold lead that you have, and despite the items that you already have, if you get dismantled like that, and that was something that we mentioned from the early portion of the game, right?
Yeah.
As soon as Doofenshmirtz is able to get that level 4 power spike, it will be a lot more difficult for Kenji to weave in, weave out on these team fights.
Weave in, weave out. That's what's going to happen here. Doofenshmirtz gets placed in. Final Slash going to be used. Goes in with a flicker, but gets caught under the barrier now into the Glacier Freeze. The Twinkerbell will get taken down in response. Joki's still going, being annoying on Virus here while the rest of the team's fighting it out. Speedy already taken out by Gambit. Now Joki on the run. Is this the turn of the tide here? Trying to buy some more time. Kenji is up, making his way towards the fight alongside Shen. But I would say good fight there for South Africa.
Oh, wait, but man, Kenji picked up a BOD.
Uh-oh.
So he's fully committing onto this damage. Wait a second, Shen though.
Oh, Shen.
That's a lot of damage put onto him.
Oh, Kenji goes in. Tempest Blaze looking for Gambit. Will be able to find the kill before ultimately getting taken down by a Virus here. This is a close game. I know there's a gold lead for Egypt, but man, South Africa is really fighting. The only problem I should say they're not close in is getting turrets down.
Yeah, they're catching up, right? It's only, what, a 4K gold difference early on. I think it extended a little bit more than that. And that's what happens when Kenji goes glass cannon, right? He committed onto the fact that he went in for the BOD, didn't go for something a little bit more, I would say, what is it? Utility?
Utility.
Right? To respect the damage output coming in from South Africa, who are nearing those power spikes, right? It would be great to see the items right now if Oh My Kusi is actually built in the Malefic Roar just yet, because we can even tell, right? The damage that he's been able to utilize, the damage that he's been able to bring into these team fights are quite evident at this point. And Egypt, they can't overcommit. They can't disrespect what South Africa has, especially with the fact that Virus on the Ruby has also been getting really great opportunities to shut Kenji down.
Whoa, okay. They're just going to go start. They get the Lord. South Africa's way too late on the conceal. Now Doofenshmirtz going to be in trouble, getting thrown around, tossed around, finally taken down. And so for Egypt, already getting another objective, I was wondering what South Africa is waiting for. In terms of team fighting capabilities, they can go toe-to-toe with Egypt, but now down a member. It's not going to happen because Virus gets pulled. Final Slash going to be used into the Dominant Force. They go too. Oh My Kusi won't be able to do anything as they fall apart at this point, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the game from Egypt. We don't get a look at it, but I'm sure they won that one with that team fight.
They're teasing us, right? Prod L. No, Prod W, I mean. Prod W. Right?
Prod W.
Prod W. They know how to tease us. They know how to be, you know what, you want to see the end? Maybe we'll show it to you later in the highlights. Maybe you need to wait a little bit longer. I love that. I love that attitude.
Great job, Prod.
Amazing.
Great game from Egypt.
Yeah, very dominant as well. I mean, obviously, these are two teams that have really topped in their ranks. I think, for me personally, this was one of the matches that I really wanted to see if South Africa could actually go toe-to-toe with Egypt. Because, obviously, Egypt is one of the tournament favorites. The fact that they already have so much experience behind their belt as well. All of the members in the team have so much under their belt. So I was wondering, does South Africa, are they able to go toe-to-toe? And honestly, it was very close.
That's what I was saying. Their team fight capability was, I would say, toe-to-toe. But the biggest difference here was they were so hesitant. I feel like they couldn't, they were relying on Doofenshmirtz to be that guy when it should have been him and Virus to start a fight. Because again, if they would have turned the number game in their favor before that Lord fight happened, which I feel like they wanted to, right? They popped, you heard the conceal, but it was too late. Kenji had already gotten the Lord. But I feel like if they would have won that fight, then they would have definitely swung this game in their favor and they would have gotten some turrets down. That's the problem, though. They had no turrets the entire game. So when you're talking about how much space they have to be able to move around the map, it's like none. And that's the problem that they had to deal with here. Because, looking at how some of these team fights in the later portion of the game went, it was great. They were really able to answer back, especially from Joki. Having this, this Jushin pick, throwing people around. But this is the case where they hesitated a little bit too long. Doofenshmirtz gets zoned out from his team. and then it all falls apart from there, right? And this was, where we had that last glimpse of things, and how did it end? Well, that's what we expected. The cleanup crew to come in, Twinkerbell's passive gets popped, they go and end the game there for Egypt. So still, again, relatively, in terms of power versus power, the team fighting potential was there for South Africa, and that's, again, why they're pretty much tied in their group. But this time around, like we've been saying, even from their previous match, Egypt's prowess when it comes to the macro experience is very evident here. And I think that's the case against them in South Africa.
I agree. There's definitely experience that shows in the decision-making that you mentioned earlier on. South Africa, they hesitated a lot.
Yeah, they
and
did.
Clearly, it wasn't an easy position to be in either, right? Because even if they wanted to go 50-50 and contest the Lord, Julian was still 2 levels below of Kenji on the link. So they couldn't go for that 50-50. All they could look for was team fight. And the fact that they hesitated, the fact that they couldn't look for that proper setup that they required in order to win the team fights, that gave, obviously, Egypt a better time in the last portions of the game. But the player of the match for game number 1, it's going to go to Speedy, 613 KDA, 51k damage dealt. And if we take a look at his items, right? I mean, technically, did you really notice the Harith? Right? Did you really
it's kind of funny that you asked that.
Him there?
Because I asked myself that in the game. I was
right?
like, where did this Harith come from?
But he was consistent, right? He was consistent. He was very objective focused, objective centered. He didn't make a crazy play like Kenji.
Yeah.
And that actually was the best disguise, honestly, Kenji, right? For South Africa to be like, okay, we need to shut down Kenji. But then they completely forgot about Speedy, the gold lane devil. From just tossing it over. But before we get into game number 2, we are going to throw to a short break. So we'll see you right after, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to AEC for the second game in this best-of-3 series between Egypt as well as South Africa. Earlier on, South Africa, unfortunately, were unable to take that first game, with Egypt winning it out in 14 minutes. But clearly, in a best-of-3, there is still time to come back. There is still time to push it over to a game number 3.
Yep.
But of course, back on the desk here, is this a desk? It's a desk,
it is.
table. It's me, Eternal, alongside with Naisu once again.
We're back here. After that little break that we had here, hopefully that was enough time as well for some adjustments to be made, because I think if you guys missed game number 1, real quick, it was a tough game for South Africa in the sense that they didn't get many objectives down. They weren't able to get any turrets actually throughout the game, but their composition, that's really what I want to highlight. Their composition was great. They had a good lineup. They were able to execute it the way they wanted to in those team fights. But unfortunately, I feel like going back to the experience that Egypt has is always what we're going to highlight here. And it looked like they just, even with a strong lineup from South Africa, they found it difficult to get the initiations that they needed. Again, you pick up a jawhead for a reason. Like, you are there to make an initiation, toss someone over your head, and hopefully you get a kill. Like, that's the whole game plan. And so, unfortunately, as much as Doofenshmirtz tried, he usually got caught out. And this was also just a counterplay with having the fact that there was so many utility. You mentioned this actually during the game. There was so much utility to play around and try to overcome. So hopefully, this time around, I really do think that South Africa has what it takes to get to a game 3 against a team like Egypt. Mm-hmm. Being on the blue side, being first pick, this is actually a possible great start for them. Like, depending on how the rest of the bands go here, whatever they prioritize is going to be crucial in them getting this game under their belt.
For sure. But, if I had to nitpick, right? If I had to nitpick.
Okay.
South Africa, last time around, their composition, it was great, like you mentioned, but they didn't have mid-trio prio.
That's
right?
true.
They
yeah.
lacked in that mid-lane control, and therefore it was very difficult for South Africa to control the early portions of the game. So we'll see if that changes for them. As you can see here, the bans are already coming through.
Good ban.
This time around, right, South Africa, they don't want to be put into the same hole, but Egypt are also very aware, right? The ZAS being banned out by South Africa, Egypt straight up understanding that South Africa have first pick, so they are going to be able to take the Jushin away in the bans. The Roger respect, though, coming through, the Ling and the Moskov. So we have a last to ban Julian, that these are one of the core members, core heroes that we saw in that first game really have that impact. And the question is, how will South Africa draft this time around, right? What will they prioritize this time around?
Well, it starts with this first pick. Wow, what? It's going to be Hayabusa. In a way, I guess that was part of the plan, because they also took out the Ling, and you might as well go and try to build up as much momentum as you can, because referencing what we saw in the previous game, the jungler matchup was difficult. I think you pointed it out, Eterna, was the level gap alone.
Yeah.
That was very apparent, and I think if you want to make a statement, you pick up a high mobility assassin like Hayabusa, and that's what they've done. The response on the flip side from Egypt here is they're going to go ahead and get the Ruby again, because again, CC is amazing, and then you get the Valentina. So no matter what South Africa tries to prioritize, you already mentioned that mid lane trio, they got the Valentina.
Yep.
And I feel like some teams kind of sleep on the Valentina right now in the current meta, but still, she's such a valuable hero that kind of changes the pace of the draft as well. So there's the Yuzhong.
I agree. The Valentina is also really great in the drafts, because you're kind of posing the question to your opponent like, hey, do you want to go big?
Yeah.
Or do you want to have to kind of work your way around the drafts? But it looks like South Africa, they're saying, no, we're fine with that, right? Let's give Egypt as many ultimates as possible to overwhelm the Valentina, right? We see two different kind of landscapes and obviously strategies coming through against the Valentina, and that's the idea that South Africa are going for. And I think we mentioned this earlier on, but Ruby back in the day against the Hayabusa, a great counter, right?
Yeah.
Amazing counter. So the way that Egypt are going right now, they're trying to inhibit the Hayabusa, the jungler, once again. We saw that being a problem in game number 1. And for Egypt themselves, they pick up the Terizla, a really good EXP laner right now. It's very difficult to see heroes being able to win it out in lane, and especially that being the last pick in the first phase. There's definitely still opportunity now for Egypt to ban out their counters, right? Xborg, Arlet. Sometimes the CC does come through as one of the great lane encounters towards a Terizla. So we'll see if that happens. But I mean, South Africa, they actually already built the fact that they are going with the Yuzong. So we're assuming that the Yuzong is going to the EXP lane. That should be a winning lane now for Egypt.
Should it be? I think part of it, too, is just, yeah, focusing on the bans. It looks like they take out the Edith. This is great because roaming options, you know, something that could work really well. There it is. It's banned out. I was about to say the Minotaur. Minotaur would have been great because that's usually the hero you see paired up with Vexana. It works really well with the Eternal Guard being dropped down. So that's the response, as both teams will go ahead and take a little jab at the roam roll. But look at all these assassins being taken out of the picture, right? Now the Nolan gets banned out for the last pick here because the jungler is yet to come up from Egypt. So we'll see if they pick it up here on their 4th pick now that this second phase is done with. And it begs the question still, like, what is that plan for South Africa? What are you going to put in the gold lane? Because I think that's where, you know, we've seen so much Harith lately, and I don't know if they want to go that route, right? There's the jungle answer, though, at least for Egypt. They are going to go with the Lancelot.
I thought they were going to pick up something crazy like a Gushin again.
A Gushin?
Right? We saw that in game number 2.
I don't know if they're going back
Egypt.
to that.
But yeah, I guess Lancelot is a lot more safer. One of the main reasons why Lancelot is not a top priority assassin at the moment is the fact that the Lancelot is so much easier to catch as compared to the Ling, as compared to the Hayabusa. With Lancelot, you need to be very specific with how you utilize your skills, and you have to be really accurate with your skills in order for you to be able to dish out the damage as well as win it out in the neutral objective takes. But taking a look at South Africa now, picking up the Claude as well as the Hylos. So is this a Hylos roam? Alongside with the Grok. So again, right, we're talking about mid-trio prio. They have the Grok, they have the Valentina. That's perfect clear, assuming that this Grok is going to the roam, right? Ruby in the...
It's flexible, technically.
Wait a sec. Ruby, gold lane, Grok roam to Rizla EXP. That's what we should be looking at from Egypt.
Yeah, I know we got a little bamboozled the last game, you know, through the draft, but yeah, that's the picture right there. And that's why I think even when you pick up Ruby early on, it's still very flexible, and that's the power of having that choice.
3 now.
3 now, yeah, at that point, you know, and I think you covered it here, Eterna. Like, the bases are covered with a lineup from actually both teams. I would just say the Hylos is still a question mark. A lot of the times we see the Hylos picked up. Glorious Pathway is great. Also wondering what Battle Spell is. That is okay. There is going to be the Revitalize there. So you have a lot of this available to you, and I feel like some teams, Hylos, like, playing around it is part of the difficulty of making the lineup work. Now, part of it too is you have a Yuzhong. Who's going to be the main initiator for that, right? That's what we have to find out.
Let's find out. Let's find out as we head over into the Land of Dawn for game number 2 between South Africa and Egypt. Egypt already winning it out a 1-0. So the question is, can South Africa force a game number 3? As, like you put it, we are at match point.
Okay, taking a look at the emblems too, you're going to already see it, right? Nothing too out of the ordinary. The main point, though, look at all these members, bottom side, forcing a virus under half health. And they also want to kind of plant themselves on this side of the jungle. So this is what I was talking about. How do you utilize the Hylos pick that you brought to the table here? Knows he has the heal. You know, he can go ahead and heal back up, gives the thumbs up as both the roamers just kind of face off here. But that's the thing. You see how many Brave Smites are available to Egypt. They're going to be trying to withstand through sustain some of the fights, but now they might battle it out here. Alpha going to be in trouble. First blood going to the hands of Gambit. Picks it up even before the shadow kill. And we'll see if they still go for more, but Schmerz will go ahead and be that front line for Twinkerbell.
That's a 1-0 already, right? Being brought in by South Africa. And, you know, you were mentioning about Brave Smite earlier on, and the biggest thing that I find very peculiar is Virus, right?
Yeah.
Virus Lethal Ignition on a Yuzong in the EXP lane. See, that's not something that we see too often, right? He's banking on the damage, and he's also sacrificing the fact that usually on a Brave Smite, you have a little bit more sustainability in the lane. So that's something that we should be looking out for, how that 1v1 lane is going to pan out. Maybe the idea is that he wants to try and win lane, because naturally the Charizla would have a better laning phase against the Yuzong. We'll see if it works out. So far, Alpha was taken down once, so that does give Virus a little bit of a better time in that particular lane.
Oh, look at the pressure being put on here by Shen just for the buff alone. Wants to get the Retribution out. Gambit holds on. We'll go ahead and use it, though, and they know this. That's the information you needed. Turtle's going to be started up, just like we saw him before. Kenji will go ahead and secure the objective, gets the Turtle. Gambit, though, is he actually going to go for Shen? I don't think that's the target you want to go for, so they hold off. Objective, though, secured. So these little moments will start to build up. But South Africa is doing a great job of kind of keeping it from getting too out of hand, like it did in the previous game.
Yeah, very similar to the story that we saw in game number 1. And obviously South Africa, they need a little bit more time to get to the power spikes, right? Hylos is a beast, but when he gets the Thunderbelt, when he gets the Clock of Destiny, but it looks like Glorious Pathway has actually been brought up and triggered.
Do they want to go on Joki? They're already going with Wild Charge. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down too. Finally a kill picked up for Twinkerbell, but Doofenshmirtz will go down in the exchange. A 1-for-1 across the board. South Africa still trying to keep things at a pace here. I guess one biggest thing is, Gambit this time around is actually staying at least a level-wise with Kenji. Gambit goes in against Alpha and will get the kill with the Shadow Kill ultimate.
And we finally get to see the brilliance of the Warcry emblem, right? That additional damage that he is able to hold on to into the early portion of the game for that kill pressure, we finally get to see, because for the most part, Egypt has been the one controlling over the neutral objectives. So I was wondering, what's South Africa's plan, right? What are they trying to do here in the early portions? But it looks like that kill pressure is coming through, and that does propel them a little bit better in this first 3 to 4 minutes of the game. But Shen, once again, just being such a problem to South Africa.
That's what you do. This is what you do with the Grok, right? You are literally the walking vision, the walking ward. Joki has to go ahead and flicker out, but are you going to escape the Glorious Pathway? Will get the Terrify off, and will get away with his life. So they stop that initiation from happening, but this is the response. Kenji on the hunt, gets the flicker out, Phantom Execution going to be used. Doofenshmirtz gets the Wild Charge as he goes down to Shen. Shen getting the Revenge Gambit, looking for more though. Pops the Shadow Kill, can't get Kenji. Kenji somehow survives the exchange, so have to go back and heal back up before the turtle starts.
Yeah, that's the Jungle Prince, right?
Jungle
The Jungle Prince and his moves, man. Gets out with a sliver of health, obviously buys his team a little bit more time for them to set up for this next neutral objective, which is what Egypt has been all about since game number 1, right? They're very disciplined when it comes to objectives. They're very focused on these objectives, and that's what they're getting, and that's what usually brings them the lead. But at this moment, it looks like both South Africa and Egypt are actually very close in gold, only a 200 gold difference. We do see the trades happening as well in the gold lane between the Claude as well as... Wait, who? Speedy? Oh yeah, it's a Ruby Gold. I just realized.
Yeah, it's still again the fight here for this objective. Glorious Pathway going to be used. They're waiting for the follow. Joki actually takes his own Glorious Pathway. Finally drops it down too, but there's the Blazing Duet right on top of it. Joki still trying to run away. Survives again. So Gambit's taken down. This could just be the objective now. Going in favor here of Egypt. Eternal Guard going to be dropped down. Give them that bait. Kenji now joining the fight. Still could be looking for more. Goes in with Phantom Rose. Virus drops down to a solo kill on the bottom side from Malfo. So now Turtle for the taking, and I think that's just going to be Kenji cleaning it up.
Yeah, it looks like he will be. He's already there in the vicinity to pick it up, but it looks like Doofenshmirtz, oh, he's going to get caught out here. 1v3, a little bit too forward, a little bit too aggressive, and of course that is going to be another kill given over to Egypt.
Wow. I don't think, again, Doofenshmirtz didn't need to be there because really what would you have been able to do? You're not going to steal that turtle away from Kenji, and now with that, this is going to be a chain reaction. A couple kills in favor of Egypt, plus the objectives. They've got 2 turtles now. And that mid turret, too, going down at this point. Very early on, Egypt able to move around the map a little bit better now.
Yeah, for now.
For now.
For now. Because the composition that Egypt have brought with the Ruby and the gold lane, that means that they're on a clock. Right, the clock is ticking because South Africa has picked up the Claude in the gold lane, right? So it's only a matter of time that the Claude gets to that item power spike, the Holy Trinity, as everyone likes to call it. And when that happens, then Egypt, they need to be able to close it out as soon before that actually occurs. Right now, both these teams, they understand the limits of their composition. Egypt also understand that they need to find as many opportunities as possible as we are leading almost close to the mid game.
Okay, Thunderbell also picked up for Doofenshmirtz on this Hylos, and that's why back in the draft I was saying this Eterna, like, Hylos so far, statistically on a lot of the tournaments, it's been a 50-50, and this is going to be dropped down now in the bottom side, using Glorious Pathway. Penalty zone, not going to find the connection they're looking for, but they clear the wave out. Meanwhile, though, at least, the push up there on the top side, trying to cut the wave, trying to get that turret down. South Africa, that would be step one from changing things from the previous game, is at least getting some of these turrets. They weren't able to get a single one in game one, but this is already a great start. They get the top one finally down in time too, but they're going to trade it for this. Gambit goes in with a shadow kill, but he won't be able to pick up the kill on Kenji.
Yeah, that's a purple buff stolen by Kenji though, so that means that Gambit is working around without a purple buff. That could be a problem for South Africa if they're looking for an exchange, right? If they're looking for a trade, that definitely is going to hinder them just a bit. We do see that Gambit actually went in for Sky Piercer and now the Hunter Strike, so he really is committing onto the damage. Wait a second, Doofenshmirtz.
Doofenshmirtz pops that Revitalize. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, he
Gets
should be able
there.
to get out. Thunder Belt, so no Clock of Destiny or even an Elegant Gem just yet. That's usually what we see. Oh my Kusi though.
Pops the Blazing Duet in the 1v2. Kenji though, penalty zone will be able to help pick up the kill, and Kenji surviving with a sliver of health, and now in the mid lane, Glorious Pathway gonna find their way to them. They get the Flicker out, now Shen quite low on the run, but Speedy there cuts them off. What a peel in the mid lane as they respond. Alpho there and the rest of the team, they drop down the Eternal Guard. It's Doofenshmirtz that falls first. Dragon Form gonna be popped. Gambit goes on the backside, looking to proc the Sky Piercer, but he gets punished. Virus too, and Gambit has to go back. So Egypt really decisive in the team fight.
That just changed things completely around, right? I mean, how many kills was that over to Egypt from South Africa? They committed into something that they weren't ready for, and now they're paying the price. Look at the space that Egypt are now taking control on. Look at the confidence that Speedy is having, just going in for the recalls, right? Showing and playing the mind games. Gambit gonna be taken a little bit low there. Receiving that damage over from Jockey, but that is a free Lord for Egypt now. That's a big problem. And remember, in that 1v2 exchange earlier on, Oh My Kusi only had 2 items. He only had the Corrosion and he only had the DHS, so he's still 1 item away to get to that power spikes. And that means that South Africa, they can't commit too much when they're going in for these trades.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Again, you were talking about the Holy Trinity earlier on in items, and he's not there just yet. That's the problem. Might be still working on that golden staff, of course, but also some items being picked up here. Shen getting a little more magic resistance, gets the Radiant Armor, and they can even deal with some of the sustainability, right? They already got the Sea Halberd now locked in too, so this is troublesome for South Africa. If you want to work against this, if you want to be able to defend against this first Lord push, you're gonna have to pull something amazing out. These Holy Shields being popped too on the base turrets. Joki holding on to the Eternal Guard.
It looks like, though, South Africa, they're looking for something, right? We do see that Gambit is trying to clear in that top lane to alleviate some pressure. Joki, though, wow, so aggressive, actually dashing into the enemy base, understanding. Oh, wait, Speedy?
Speedy jumps in, goes in with the I'm offended. They follow it up with everything else. They'll be able to find 2. They force everybody else back. Gambit trying to keep it together, but that might be it. And they still have the Lord. They're pushing into the base, still working for it. Oh my Kusi trying to keep it together, but how is he going to clear against this in Egypt? Looks to go ahead and sweep this series as they'll win game 2.
2-0 for Egypt as they move forward, as they move in a better position in the groups. And it's official. This means that Egypt are on top in their groups, with South Africa unfortunately falling behind. But again, that performance from Egypt, wow.
Looks good.
They're looking completely in form, and it just once again shows the experience that they have, the knowledge that they have of the game, understanding their composition. The execution was also very on point, and unfortunately that early game snowball that Egypt had set up just really wasn't allowing South Africa to reach that power spike to eventually look for that game-changing moment.
Yeah, and again, as we look at the highlights here through this game, you know, you saw Huffle on camera earlier too. They got to feel good about the lineup that they made work because it was very adaptable, and that's what you saw kind of unfold. Kenji has been doing amazing in the jungle and really getting things going and rotating, and even Shen, like I got to give it up to Shen as probably the MVP of this game to get things going. And I know, you know, we weigh the MVPs a little bit different, but the work of a roamer is something that you always have to count on for these teams' success, because a lot of times it might even just be giving information to your team jungler that, hey, I got the retribution out. Go take an objective. Go make something happen. They're not going to be able to contest these objectives. And, you know, we saw Shen do that time and time again. And even for Speedy, you know, we talked about in game number 1 when he was playing the Harith, like, yo, where did Speedy come from? I feel like even in this game on the Ruby, it was almost the same story. At one point, he's like, hey, I'm here. I got my flicker. I got my I'm
But
offended.
that was the final moment that he created.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And it's at the end of the game. He did it again here, Eterna.
Which was why, again, the Ruby was so brilliant, right? They understood that South Africa was really banking on that kill pressure from the Hayabusa. And what better way than to just be like, hey, what target, right? Who are you?
Who you want.
Who you want. Because it's difficult, right? Ruby as the gold laner, it's not an easy job for the Hayabusa. It's not clear-cut as going against something like maybe the Claude or the Moskov. But a Ruby is very difficult to take down. We have Lancelot, meanwhile, with the dodge abilities. And the Valentina is also not as simple to take down, I would say.
Yeah. And you saw how many times Joki switched ultimates. Like, there was times when he had his own glorious pathway. There was times when he also just ended up being able to counterplay, even having the Vexana, the Eternal Guard, right? Having that available in some of those team fights and really playing around. And that's why I mentioned when we saw it in the draft picked up, Valentina's kind of in a position where obviously she's still a great pick. It's just she got slept on a little bit. And then when she still pops up in these drafts in these games, it's like, oh yeah, that's why she's so good, you know, because she's able to be very flexible throughout the entire of the game. And our player of the match, of course, is going to be the jungler here. It's Kenji, 4-0-6, amazing damage being dealt here. And even with the build, like he basically just had, I mean, there is War Axe there, but he's got BOD. And once that's available, you know, the power spike on that Lancelot really starts to show here.
I wish I paid a little bit more attention to his early game build, right? Because there's Fury Hammer there. You also have the Vampire Mallet. I'm wondering what he went for earlier before that. Like, did he go for Fury Hammer first to gain a little bit more damage?
Yeah, a little more penetration early on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think, you know, in terms of like early build, he went with that pressurous, like early damage build, pick up the Fury Hammer, you know, at least kind of, because you're really trying to poke down even some of the tankier members. But if it happens to be him versus Gambit, like he should be able to win that. And it comes down to almost a technical skill matchup if you're thinking about Lancelot versus Hayabusa.
I got a whisper.
What's the whisper?
I got a whisper. I got an update.
What's the update?
The next match is at 9 p.m. Right?
9
So
p.m.
it's earlier. I think. Was it 9? Is that what the whisper said? I'm a little bit deaf. I mean, if the whisper could repeat, that would be great.
Yeah.
Oh, it'll be at 10.
No.
No.
We're throwing it to break.
Oh, we're throwing it to break. Okay, so before we get into the next match, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. So it's been me, Eterna, alongside with Naisu. We'll see you after for more MLBB AEC action. And it looks like we're back, ladies and gentlemen. I wasn't really sure because I was, I was too intrigued by how many fans there are in the building. And right now, we are going to be shifting over to the Mlbb women's instead of the Mlbb men's. And it looks like we're at the upper brackets, right? We're going to be looking at Egypt versus Morocco. And both of these teams have been stars in their own respective groups. We saw the performance of Morocco yesterday. And now Egypt, we remember from the African online qualifiers. And we actually saw a few of them back at MWI as well. So we know that they've got the experience and they've got the international knowledge. And here on the English Stats, it's me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko, and we are moments away of looking at the lineups.
Yeah, just moments away, and just like Eterna mentioned earlier, right? The fact that I think this is very similar for both men's and women's. The fact that for Egypt, we've seen these names so many times in international events. Literally.
Oh, wait, what? Rafat? Huh.
Seems like there are some changes, but we know the faces.
Okay, yeah, we do. We have you, we have Nucci, we have Velvet, we have Rafat, and we have Sunlight. That's names, by the way. On the photo. So we're going to get some confirmation maybe later on whether it's Rafat that's playing or names that is playing, or maybe that's actually her real name. We're not really sure.
Exactly.
But we'll see later on. But the thing that we do want to address here for this lineup is this is the exact same lineup that we saw from the African online qualifiers. It's different with the roster that they brought in for Falcons Vega Mena at MWI. We had Electa in the jungle, but this time we have Sunlight in the jungle. And we also had, if I'm not mistaken, another member in the roster for Falcons Mena Vega. But this is the roster that we've been given, and they have been together for quite some time already. And for the side of Morocco, again, they've been together for, I'd say, 21 days, including what we saw yesterday. We have Nightfall, Nezuko, Nero, Ellis, as well as Neko.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty new lineup compared to what seemed like Egypt, right? I mean, obviously, they've just built this team very, very close to the event here, being the host of the AEC. Now we're seeing them on stage, and despite all the advantages that Egypt have, obviously, on paper, with their lineup just having so much more experiences in the international scene, so many more experiences playing professionally as a team as well in the Mlbb ecosystem, I think you can look around just in the stadium alone and see the advantage for Team Morocco.
Yeah.
And it's the overwhelming support that they have from their own countrymen here who are actually supporting them all the way from the Mlbb men's match yesterday to the Mlbb women's match today. And it's just really cool to see. The thing is, though, sometimes even with the crowd support, even with the home turf advantage, it's so tough to go up against some of these favorites like Egypt. And we did get to see that as well, with Egypt getting 2 clean sweeps just earlier. Experience plays a massive factor when you're playing up on stage.
It does, it does. And like even the players have actually mentioned, right?
Yeah.
The stage hits differently. It's very
really
different
does.
from playing in your gaming house, or even some of them actually playing from their rooms, usually when they go in for these tournaments. And being on a big stage like this, it does make a difference. There are jitters that happen. There's nervousness to it with so many eyes looking at you, even from the onlines for you guys back at home in the audience, and even here at the venue. So that's something that we should be looking out for. Let's see if Morocco got it, because technically Morocco has still gone undefeated up until this point. Very similar story to Egypt. So seeing these two titans in their own right going head to head, it's going to be a wonder as to how the results are going to come through.
Definitely, right? I mean, again, clean sweep for both these teams. They're actually, up there in the standings. And if you guys want to check out the standings of the group stages all the way from the Mlbb men's to the Mlbb women's, you guys can go and check it out in the chat. I believe it's Nightbot or a bot. Just keep spamming it, iesf.gg. Very easy for you guys to handle. But it seems we're just going to get into the drafts here for Morocco and Egypt. Egypt on the red side, Morocco on blue side. Something I do want to talk about, though, is the fact that not only the pressure that they're facing is not only the fact that they're just playing on stage here, right? But it's also because they are representing their nation. It's one thing representing your club at home. It's another thing representing your club on the stage. It's a completely other thing when you're representing your nation, bringing your flag up on stage. So Morocco, Egypt, they're going to have that pressure on them as well. Sometimes it's a double-edged sword where it actually can motivate them.
Okay. Before we head into the drafts, there's something that I do want to point out in terms of roster, right? So it's going to be names playing. And for Morocco, there's actually a shift in roster.
Oh.
So it's not Yewan in the EXP lane, but we do see a name Nightfall. I don't know if Nightfall is going to be playing in the EXP lane to replace Yewan, or there's going to be a shift. But that's also a big thing that could potentially be a problem.
Yep.
Right? The shift in dynamics, the shift in chemistry, when someone new comes through, it could be detrimental to them, or it could be a surprise factor. right? There's an argument made to be on both sides. But coming back into the drafts, like you mentioned, there is still a Zask, a Ling being banned out here in the first phase. A Chip, also Respect, as well as the Julia and the Jushin. What do you expect to be the last ban here from Egypt?
Well, we don't really need to expect anything now. Roger gets banned out straight after you ask that question. But it's interesting to see the fact that Morocco are the ones to ban out the Chip and the Ling. To be fair, even the Zask here, because usually it almost feels like it's a swap, right? It almost seems like Egypt are on the blue side, Morocco are on the red side. But hey, goes to show you the respect that Morocco have for the prio picks and the meta picks that Egypt love to get on their hands. So right now, with a lot of these picks actually banned out, they decide to go for the Ruby first pick. That is a very, very prio pick, to be fair, right? I mean, it's one of the picks that can actually be used in 3 different lanes, 3 different roles.
4 if you want to get creative. I'm kidding.
All heroes can go 5, technically.
You know what? You know, at this point in AEC, with how things have gone so far, with how creative and dynamic these players and these teams...
Ruby Mage.
Wait, who knows? Who knows, right? But also, this Ruby is really great as a deterrent to posing Egypt a question, like, do you still want to go for something like an assassin in the jungle, right? We've seen the Ruby just be really great against heroes like the Hayabusa, like the Lancelot. We saw that in the previous game as well. So it really is a great pick in for Morocco. But Egypt, they picked 2 amazing heroes for themselves. There's not really too much flex. If we're looking at it in a conventional way, this Trizla should be in the EXP lane alongside with the Edith in the roam. And these are 2 already very expensive picks that Egypt have picked up for themselves.
Yeah, definitely, right? I mean, picking the Edith straight into the Trizla means that you're not going to be able to utilize that flex. Or maybe you can if you want to utilize the Trizla as roam, because we haven't seen a whole lot of that even in our region. But for Morocco, it seems like most of the prio has got to be in the mid lane, right? Picking up a solid pick like Lilia in the mid lane to get yourself some mid prio together with a weak side gold laner in the carry. And that does actually limit the fact that now we're not going to see the Ruby flex in 3 roles anymore, right? Now it's more just 2 roles. But it seems for Egypt, they're just going to go straight up for the Nolan pick as well. Now this is the chance for Egypt to start nailing down on some of those heroes in the jungle, start narrowing down some of the heroes that we should see from Morocco that could give them advantage up against the Nolan, right? Because for Nolan, it's all about getting a better path in the jungle. It's all about out-farming the opposing jungler. So it won't be strange to see some more of those assassin bans, but it does seem like they're actually going to go for counter setup bans first, like the Minotaur.
This is the thing, right? Like, when you look at it in that point of view, I understand that argument, but the thing is Egypt picking up this Nolan, it's a really great deny pick, right? So far, Nero in the jungle for Morocco has only picked up the Nolan. She's known to be playing a lot more tanks in the jungle, right? Picking up the Fredrin, the Baxias. So maybe they understand that if we take the Nolan away for ourselves, are we going to be forcing you on back into the tank utility jungler meta? And if that's the case, then there's definitely ways to outmaneuver that. So it's already a big control play now for Egypt, which is why we don't see too many of assassin bans in the second phase. But they went for Minotaur instead.
And we see the Loyi ban here as well. Definitely trying to stop the crazy pace that Egypt already are setting up for themselves here with their composition, the Trizla, the Edith, and the Nolan. They're looking definitely to look for a snowball here in the early game to take control of the game as fast as possible and to dictate that fast pace at the start. And we do see the Hayabusa actually get banned out too, so that's another assassin that can actually match up against a Nolan. At least when it's not farming, it's the killing pressure that he has in the game, right? That mobility. And for Morocco, they're already setting up for that with really good lanes. With Ruby, the carry, and the Lilia, the Hayabusa would be a bit of a problem for Egypt to go up against, and that's why they have it banned down. For Morocco, I think it's safe to go for another mid laner too. If they really find it troublesome to go up against some of these oppressive mid lane in the early game, like the Loyi, I expected something like maybe a Valentina ban towards the end if they want to go for some big ults, but they go for the Clint. So again, setting up for that carry lane.
Respect as well, right? Names has performed really great on the Clint. It's one of her power heroes as
and
well.
And MWI too?
Yeah, we saw what Names was able to do on the Clint, so that's definitely something they are paying attention towards. For Egypt now, they're picking up a heavy mage as well in the Aurora. She's found so much more success lately. She's found so much more priority lately, and they're going for the Aurora despite the fact that Morocco hasn't picked up something kill pressure heavy. I guess the Ling's banned out. So why do you think the Aurora here?
I think it's just due to them having a composition that relies heavily on combos. They already have 2 amazing initiators in the Trizla and the Edith, so it just makes sense to have someone else there to follow up when you get a big penalty zone or a big earth shatter. And hey, Aurora's a good pick to do that, right? Especially up against a lot of sustain like this. You want to try to burst them down before they can actually force out those longer fights. And Morocco are actually doubling down on the sustain. There we have the Lilia, the carry. I would actually, put carry as quite a lot of sustain too in lane with the QC, but then we see the Fredgen, and now we get the whole gist of the draft here for Morocco. It's literally just them trying to outlast Team Egypt in a lot of these team fights. They're looking to just go for the sustain here with the Ruby, the Lilia, the Fredgen, and even the Angela.
Yeah, they're falling back to their comfort as well, right? That's the game plan that they went for with the Nolan being picked up. They pick up the Fredrin in the jungle. And now Egypt, it poses the question, right? Where is the damage going to come from, right? How are you going to be able to burst through so much sustain now for Morocco? For names, she's picked up the Moskov, the Natan. Do you think that would be perfect fits into this composition?
Yeah, I think the Moskov would actually fit really, really well. They need someone that can actually hold themselves in the side lanes, hold their own in the side lanes up against this composition. But they said go for a bit more team fighting. So it's literally, I mean, for Egypt, a full team fight composition. Where when Morocco wants to take the game or take the fights a bit slower, Egypt want to go from 0 to 100 real quick here. They're going to accelerate.
So what do you think about this? Ixia is she's a good laner. She's amazing in dealing out that damage.
Yeah.
She has AoE as well, but she's so vulnerable to dive. Do Morocco have that answer? Do they have the dive to do this?
Unfortunately, no, they don't, right? This is one of the weaknesses for Team Morocco when with a composition, like you said, a utility jungler forced upon their jungler. The fact that the Hayabusa, the Roger, and the Julian was banned out, and like you said, the Nolan was already denied away from Morocco, it puts now her into a tough spot where she can either go Baxia or Fredrin. And maybe Baxia would have been the better option to go for if you wanted to go for dive, but they definitely didn't have the Ixia in mind. And with that Ixia, I think for me personally, this is Egypt's game to win.
Okay, we'll see whether it's Egypt going to be able to pick up this first game in this best of 3 as we enter the land of dawn. Morocco versus Egypt once again. Both very heavy in terms of performance so far since we've seen them play. The debut of Morocco was amazing, going clean 2-0 against all their opponents. Egypt as well from the African online qualifiers. So with them going head-to-head now, it's going to be interesting to see how this pans out.
You can already see the laning here that they set up in the drafts itself. They just have so many winning lanes. I thought for sure with the Terizla, the fact that Morocco didn't decide to flex it into Rome puts her in a weird spot now because it's a Terizla-Ruby matchup where the Terizla definitely has an advantage. And the Ixia last pick to counter the carry in lane, both these side lanes are going to be heavily in favor of Team Egypt, and that's what they were setting up for with the Nolan pick. They wanted more kill pressure around the side lane so that the mid lane prio can be utilized in ways of more aggression, and we're already seeing that from Sunlight. Now going in, able to steal out the camp. Oh man, not even given the chance to take the third camp in her path.
I mean, the first 3 picks for Morocco was set up quite brilliantly, right? It looked like they had the mid trio prio. But to the later stage, it felt like Egypt was able to outsmart them in the draft. So like you mentioned, right, it seems like it's been very difficult for Morocco to utilize what they were given in the drafts. So what would you say is like the winning condition for Morocco? How do they come back for this? Like, do they wait for the power spike of the carry? Do they wait for Nezuko?
It's time to go for trades, honestly. It really is a scaling game at this point, right? Because Morocco, they're just going to be waiting for those power spikes. Flash of the Oasis, I'm thinking instantly with 3 added power spikes for carry, and obviously the winning lane that they have in the mid lane, but it seems like there's going to be a fight in the bottom lane. Nightfall able to flicker out to safety despite the fact that Yui here is not level 4. She's already done so much damage without the Frigid Glacier.
Whoa, speaking of levels, right? Speaking of EXP, Nero's still at level 3, Mirko.
Yeah.
That's a 2-level gap already. We can even see Egypt picking up that first neutral
Purple.
objective as well as saying goodbye to Purple. And they are going to go for the invade.
She gets it. Her Shatter Flicker combo. Sunlight gets the Fracture down. And this is the main weakness of having a utility jungler in the Assassin meta. We were talking about how Nolan gets so much more of an advantage when it comes to clear, and we're seeing it here. 3 levels ahead earlier. Nero gets a little bit of XP as she dies. And now we see her just down to 2 levels down. Nezuko already going to be ganked. Nucci walking forward. Wow. Full barrage on the turret. Definitely a little bit of a misplay there coming in from Egypt. But hey, they saw the hard guard. They decided to back away.
Yeah, it was a 3 versus 2. At the moment, we would have thought that maybe that could have been a great kill, a great advantage for Names to pick up that first kill as well. But Morocco still able to maneuver around it.
Greater than ever?
Greater than ever.
I just, for some reason, love that tagline right
Me
now.
too, me too. I think everyone does.
Yeah.
But back into the game, right? 3 minutes in, it looks like Egypt are holding on to a 2K gold lead. So it's something that we did expect with the fact that they had trouble and difficulty. And I wouldn't say difficulty. Let's just call it a challenge, right? In their respective lanes. So I'm wondering how Morocco will actually adapt, but wait.
Nightfall, wrong time to be cutting the waves. Man, everything. And the kitchen sink just thrown at her there. With the penalty zone, that looked like overkill, Eterna.
It was literally nightfall for her.
Oh, man.
Right? All she could see was just darkness at that point, right? 4 members going at her. And you can even see now Egypt utilizing that space and that momentum to pick up more of that gold shield turret in the bottom lane to propel them in terms of those items.
This lane, though, it does seem like, you know, at least for now, Names is able to get a little bit of an advantage in XP, but it doesn't seem like she's actually fully bullying Nezuko, and that's due to Morocco playing it really smart, always rotating some of the members, or I would say not even showing some of their members on the map. Neko, and that push can be spotted out. Now Onward catching her, forcing her to use the Purify to move forward up. The Primal Rack can be used up, the Frigid Glacier stuns them up, the full barrage gets cancelled. Names not really wanting to commit there, and they go straight for the turtle. Nero already has the Heart Guard on her, and that might be a mistake coming in a bit too soon. Nightfall trying to go for the damage, coming down, and the penalty zone locks her out. Nero unable to march forward in the Fracture, gets rid of the HP bar, despite the fact that she is a tanky Fredrin.
Yeah, no way. I mean, I think she's falling far behind on EXP at this
Way
point,
too
right?
behind.
It looked like Morocco wanted to commit onto something that they weren't actually ready for. So, very risky plays coming from Morocco. We understand the sentiment, though. They don't want to fall too far behind, as it now is a 4K gold lead in for Egypt, and they're pushing the tempo once again. 3 members going to be circling around in the top side, picking up that turret. So Nezuko's forced to fall back at this point. She needs to look for farm elsewhere because, of course, Nezuko is going to be very detrimental to the damage utilization from Morocco in the later stage of the game.
At this point, it's all about trading for Morocco. It's all about getting to their power spikes, right? And I'm not expecting Nero to hit her power spike anytime soon, especially considering Sunlight is just not stopping with the pressure that she's putting in towards the enemy jungle. Nero's level 7. To level 10 of Sunlight. That's a 3-level lead for Sunlight on the Nolan, and this will only increase as we get towards a later stage. This is the first 5 minutes, Eterna. The fact that the Nolan is already 3 levels ahead, it's tough, man.
That's why Egypt drafted this intelligently, right? And I would have thought this would be a closer game between both of them. We do see that the Heart Guard has been picked up. What was the O-Man for? Earlier, Cursed Helmet for Nero. What's wrong with this item?
Man, usually I understand the Molten Essence. I don't understand the Cursed Mask Rush though, because at this point, Nightfall gonna be caught as well. The Fracture was enough, but they got the Earth Shatter too. Meanwhile, up top, it's a 2v1 it seems, and it seems like this 2v1 is in favor of Velvet. The damage from the Bloom just tickles her now. Sunlight goes in for the damage onto the back line with the Fracture. Not being there, good penalty zone to get Sunlight out. The hammer swings coming down. Yui rotating over. Looking for the stun, finding the stun. Earth Shatter flicker and the full barrage from Names under the tier 1. No problem. It seems Team Egypt doesn't care about these turrets. They'll be able to zone Morocco away from it, and that's a free tier 1 and a free turtle.
2-0. Taken out. Egypt are controlling everything left, right, and center. It looks like it's going to be a very difficult climb for Morocco to get out of this rabbit hole that they were given from the drafts, right? Again, Egypt, so intelligent.
Yeah.
And we were talking about timings earlier on, 7 minutes. It's only been 7 minutes, and this is the performance that we're getting from Egypt.
No.
Wait a second. Oh no, Nightfall!
Onward, Earth Shatter, the Heart Guard is there, but I'm not sure if she's actually going to be able to survive this. Names brings her back, slowly but surely chunking the HP down. At least you can still see glimpses of hope. The sustain is still there. If Morocco get to their item power spikes, maybe they can utilize, you know, some of these fights, some of the sustain to win out on the team fights.
Let's hope, right? Let's hope they catch up, but Sunlight, Nezuko, no!
The Fracture, Nezuko still able to escape now. That's a Retribution used up by Nero, trying to go for the chase right now, and it's going to be the lockdown Sunlight with one last dash, but Nero finally claims revenge, getting the shutdown on her. But it's always a trade back from Egypt. It's a tier 2 for that shutdown.
We hear claps though.
We did.
We're hearing support in the venue right now, ladies and gentlemen, for Morocco with that first shutdown coming through. But Nero, caught in a 1v4, actually was able to bait out the penalty zone from Velvet. So that is
She hit
information. Yeah. But it does give information now for Morocco that that penalty zone has been utilized. So it doesn't seem like Morocco is going to be forcing a fight just yet.
Nope.
Egypt also very focused on the objectives here, very focused on clearing out those lanes. They are going to be setting up for that next neutral objective, which is that Lord. And remember, I wanted to talk about timings earlier on because Egypt is the one holding the record-breaking time
For
from
the
the
African
African
regional,
online qualifiers against Djibouti in 6 minutes and 33 seconds, if I believe.
Now, that was crazy, right? I mean, you've been saying a whole lot of things about timers here, and Egypt definitely know their timers really well. They know that they are hitting their item power spikes right now, and that's why they're just marching in to take some of these turrets for free. And if I want to go back to the topic of the Cursed Helmet, right, on Nero, you don't rush the Cursed Helmet, you rush the Molten Essence to give yourself a bit more power when it comes to clearing the jungle, but then you go for, especially when you're behind, some of the components for the big items like the Antique Curse or even the Dominus Eyes, like the Steel Leg Plates, the Dreadnought Armor, you stack up on those base physical defenses, and then you use the Modal Essence. Nero, again, going to be kinder. Oh, penalty zone from Velvet, locking them down in the full barrage. Names is just gunning them down. It seems they can't even escape from the ice-cold execution of Yui.
3-0 trade earlier on, ladies and gentlemen, for Egypt once again, and they're going to be pushing the tempo, taking that tower in the middle point, and they also have a Lord on the way, so everything is just going perfect. Everything is just going fine and dandy for Egypt. Once again, 9 minutes, 10 minutes. What's the gold lead here? 9K?
Yeah, it's 9,000.
Almost 10.
Almost 10 for Egypt, and they're technically trying to beat the clock at this point, right? 10 minutes, 9,000 gold lead, and it's still building. They have the Lord advantage to play with, and you can see in the damage dealt, they don't even need the damage from the Ixia, to be fair. I mean, the Terizla is doing plenty of damage already.
Yeah, it looks so. So Velvet really just figuring things out as well for her team, right? Being able to facilitate a lot of these plays.
Wow.
Obviously, the full barrage is a big, expensive ultimate, does so much damage, but it can't go without setup. We've seen a lot of people being able to dodge the full barrage, and the fact that Velvet has really been able to stuff them in place has also been one of the main factors as to how they've been leading this far. And now the Lord is still marching there, gonna be bursted through, actually. Let's see whether or not Egypt can take more with that.
Yeah, great waves actually utilized by Egypt there to take all of the holy defenses down. They kind of slow pushed that top wave, so it was 2 waves pushing in with the Lord and then another wave coming down, and they were able to stagger some of the timers there so that the Lord crashed in, got deleted by the holy defense, and then another wave was there. But unfortunately for Egypt, I feel like at this point, they're just taking it disciplinedly, right? It's not unfortunate, it's just they're taking it a bit more clinical. Obviously, they're representing their nation here, so a big mistake could be catastrophic, especially at Morocco's home turf.
Of course. But remember, we are in the upper brackets, right? So even if, let's say, Egypt or Morocco fall here, they do still have that second life in the lower brackets where I think that match should be happening today or tomorrow. You guys can check it out at iesf.gg for a little bit more of an update, a detailed update there. But back to this game once again. It looks like the carry is catching up. I think Nezuko is on 2 items. She's 1 item away of getting to that Trinity. And maybe that's the timers that Morocco need, right? Maybe that's the timers that they require to look for that groundbreaking moment to turn this game around.
Yeah, I'd say it's definitely a power spike when she does get those 3 items, but is it going to be enough? I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
The thing is, when you get your item power spikes late, especially on a scaling pick like the carry or all the other scaling picks, if you get it late, that means, especially if you're behind, the opposing team will have so many more ways to defend against it. They probably already have some of the blade armors already set up as well, so whenever Nezuko pops into spinning light wheel, she might be the one taking more damage than the Egyptian members, especially considering Velvet here on the Brave Smite, Terizla, probably already has the Queen's Wing, so damage reduction on top of it all.
Yeah, she does.
And she does. This is the cringe build, I would like to say, by the way, because you already have Brave Smite, you go for a lot of the, components, you go for Queen's Wings. It's a competitive build. But if you do this in ranked, I usually call it cringe.
Cringe.
But I do it.
Because it's overpowered?
It definitely is. No, I mean, you saw the damage from the Lilia to her.
Yeah, you're right.
There was no damage.
Very difficult. But I guess the one thing that Morocco is holding on to here is the fact that they have the Lilia,
Yep.
right? We saw that initial push coming from Egypt. They weren't able to get any inhibitor turrets because of that wave clear that Neko has on the Lilia. And of course now Nezuko picks up that DHS. It's the question whether or not it's too late or not. And now Egypt have opened the base up.
Oh, they got a whole lot of range. Velvet able to find the Earth Shatter. The Frigid Glacier not able to connect right now. Nucci gonna be caught. Has the immortality, so great appraise as Rats take down some of the members. Nucci taken now. Good kiting from Morocco, and you can hear the claps, the cheers from the home crowd here in Casablanca.
Yeah, they come back, right? That's the moment that they were looking for. What do you think went wrong for Egypt?
It was more of a, I would say, hesitation for most of the members there, because when Nucci went in with the Earth Shatter, not everybody committed. I feel like when she goes in for the Earth Shatter, Yui needs to commit there as well. She needs to go and flicker in together with the team, use the Frigid Glacier, and then the full barrage gets rid of the rest. Meanwhile, for Morocco, what went well for them is the fact that they have the sustain. If they do get to their item power spikes, mainly, you know, the Flask of the Oasis, I was saying, they can actually sustain a whole lot of the burst that is coming down from Team Egypt.
So now it's back to this again, right? 83 seconds for the next Lord to spawn, 14 minutes in. It does look like Egypt still hold control over that gold. And the big question is, what do Morocco do now, right? Nero is still level 13.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Sunlight is level 15. Do they look for a contest on this next neutral objective, or do they just turtle it out?
I think they got to turtle it out right now. They're still way too far behind to actually contest the neutral objective. If they defend one more time, though, I think that will place them in a good spot to go for the contest. Nero! Great dash away. Gets out. But they bait out the hard guard. Meanwhile, on the bottom lane, it does seem like they're actually looking for the Siege Velvet! Despite having the build that we were talking about, that's a lot of damage, and that means that Nezuko probably already has the 3 atom power spikes and maybe even a Malefic Roar or an additional attack speed item, because she was rocking those passives so fast.
I mean, technically Velvet didn't build physical damage, right? So when the Holy Trinity came in for Nezuko, that's exactly the damage that we're expecting. I think Velvet went in, what did you say, Queen's Wings?
Queen's Wings.
She went in for Radiant
Dreadnought
Armor and then
Radiant.
Dreadnought.
Yeah. I think that's a good build, by the way, if you are up against someone like a carry, because if you stack up on physical defense, it's going to be tough up against true damage, right? You mainly want to play around the damage reduction with the Queen's Wings, and I think Immortality should be something that Velvet is eyeing for right now, especially after getting battered like that earlier.
But it looks like now, again, right, Egypt, very quick with their decision making. They don't want to overcommit onto the offense. They want to go in clean, and they want to go in
Smart
with the
move.
Lord. So, and then at this moment, like you mentioned, right, Morocco's still focusing on turtling. They don't want to go for anything too expensive just yet. And maybe that's the high ground that they have, right? Maybe that's the moment where they can turn things around, because like we saw earlier before, when Egypt went in for the offense, they were a little bit hesitant to the way that they executed it. And maybe that's the moment where Morocco can turn things around and go for more towers themselves.
Yeah. I think at this point, Egypt will have to look for the end game, right? This is the moment that they need to look for the end, because if Morocco continue to scale, this is a scary composition. That's a wind of nature for Nezuko. So now the pressure is going to be on Yui to execute Nezuko in the back line. Oh, man. I would say Morocco actually have the tools to defend this. They have a Lilia too, and she's been stacking up on the glooms in the mid lane. Lord will be marching down in the mid lane right now as Neko continues to put in the glooms down. Really good pull from Nero towards the bottom lane. They will lose all of the base towards Velvet. It's a massive penalties on the full barrage off angle. Names getting a massive full barrage, and just like that, all the healers are down. It's just Ellis left to heal, and it's just ice cold from the Egyptian players. It didn't even look like they were pressured.
Did you see that? Did you
just
see
another
those
day.
emotions? Unfazed.
Robots.
Right? Robots.
Look at
Look
that.
at Velvet.
Just chewing on gum.
You know, I
Another day
met
at the
Velvet
office.
at MWI,
Uh-huh.
and she was an expressive person.
Okay.
She was full of emotions. She was so nervous. But I guess the experience that she got at MWI and bringing that experience over here on the big stage at AAEC is just proving grounds that maybe she's changed as a player. She's developed as a player. And you can even see it on the faces of all the other players, right? Names was also very cold, very expecting of the results, and it's now on to Morocco to figure things out. back to the drawing board.
We were already talking about this, right? The fact that Egypt have an overwhelming advantage when it comes down to this matchup because of their experience internationally. But the fact that Morocco were able to hold their ground for the 17 minutes despite having a draft that clearly loses out against Egypt here is impressive stuff. They were able to hold on to their winning conditions, and Nero, despite being 3 levels down, she was able to make it back to just 1 level in the later stage of the game.
I agree. And for a team that's only been together for 20 days
Impressive
before
stuff.
AEC, this team has a lot of potential. Let's hope they can work with this because it's definitely there. And if we take a look at the highlights again, man, like we were talking about this defense, right? They had so much high ground.
Yeah.
And then Velvet's like, not today.
Not today.
Not now.
This is the problem of when, you know, the opposing team is just have so much of an advantage when it comes to the late game. The experience matters because the composure that they had to end this game in this very moment, to control the waves, it was present there. You guys can see it, right? Clearing the waves, clearing the sides, and when Nero tried to pull the Lord over, it gave them the opportunity to go for a massive engage, and that's what Velvet found. A penalty zone into Edith, into Aurora, and that was the combo that I initially expected with the first enhanced Lord Siege.
Yeah. See, that's the thing, right? You were mentioning about like these big ultimates.
Yep.
And essentially Morocco only had one tool to work with, right? The I'm Offended coming in from Nightfall.
That's
Meanwhile,
true.
Egypt had the penalty zone. They had Earth Shatter coming in from the Edith. They also had the Aurora to kind of disable when they came into these team fights. So that lack of tools that Morocco had did cause problems because they essentially they did have the damage. They did have the AoE as well coming in from the Lily. They had the high ground, but maybe the tools were a bit lacking.
Definitely a lack of CC, right? Coming in from Team Morocco here. They had the Ruby in the first phase. I thought for sure it's going to be in Rome, and then they'll pick something else in the XP at least to enable with some more CC. But hey, shout outs to the player of the match for match 1, game 1 here of Mlbb Women's. Obviously of the day, it's actually match 3 if you count the first 2 matches that we saw earlier. Great stuff from the Edith too, by the way, all the way from the start of the game.
Queen Nucci.
Yeah. And by the way, this is something that we always see nowadays. I don't know if she actually did this because we didn't really get to see the items that much. But a lot of roamers like to go for conceal, and then towards the later stage, they go for encourage.
Ah.
It's been like a strategy that a lot of teams have been using, even in our
Strategy's
regions.
a coach.
Huh? Strategy is a coach in
He's a
Indonesia,
coach,
and
yeah.
it's not pronounced
He's not-
strategy.
he's not
it's
here.
pronounced strateg.
Strategy.
Strateg.
But ladies and gentlemen, before we get into game number 2, I do believe we are going to go on a break.
Just a very short one,
A very short one.
right?
Or average. No, just short. Like 3 to 5 minutes. So we'll be back, right? Can Morocco come back from this? Can they force a game number 3? Because essentially they are at match point. And if they lose this against Egypt, they will have to fight from the lower brackets.
Yeah.
And of course, everyone wants that second life, right? Everyone wants to keep going on this tournament with as many options as possible. But with that, we are going to go on a short break. We'll see you after. Goodbye.
3 to 5 minutes.
3 to
Very
5
short.
minutes. 4 minutes.
game number 1. But I'm expecting huge leaps in improvements from Morocco after experiencing that loss because, hey, losses are learns, bro.
L for
L's
learns.
are not losses. L means learn, and they'll definitely learn from that and come back. Even if they get dropped down to the lower brackets, obviously, preferably for both these teams, they would love to stay in the upper brackets all the way to the finals. But it's time for improvement. Even in our own regions, we've been seeing. I mean, most of the champions have been coming through lower. Maybe.
I mean, last tournament, SPS, right? Falcons AB Bren. They came from the lower brackets.
Exactly. It's usually always like a lower bracket buff, especially in international tournaments. So the fact that we're here, AEC, I'm expecting some magic here from Morocco, right? The magic of Morocco.
Okay, so we'll see if we're going to get the magic from Morocco as we're heading over to the drafts really soon. Do you think that there should be any changes to it, right? Because essentially the first 3 picks, we understood what they were going for. Ruby was great in the first phase as a great flex. Maybe they're going to be swapping it out in blue side, red side. But other than that, what should we be looking at?
I honestly feel like if they really want to utilize the Ruby again, utilize the flex potential of it a bit more into the second phase, right? Because the fact that they already picked a hero in the XP, or sorry, in the gold lane early with the carry, it kind of limited the flex potential of the Ruby itself in the first phase. And the second point to add on is the fact that maybe they can go for picks like the Terizla instead. Just solid picks in the XP instead of the flex picks if they don't want to flex it or if they aren't capable of flexing it, right? Just go back to the simple fundamentals of the game and go back to the Terizlas. That has been amazing. And also, maybe after game 1, the biggest adjustment has got to be pick up an assassin jungle in the first phase. Don't let Egypt deny those assassin jungles in the second phase.
Yeah, that's what I was about to bring up, right? I think it was very difficult for Morocco to kind of draft out into the second phase, especially with how many assassins were banned out, respected away. The Nolan was picked up by Egypt as well. So maybe they should be able to secure a better hero for Sunlight in the first phase. I think that would be the best start, and then they can kind of work it out from there, right? I think it's very difficult when you have tells in the hero pool. That a lot of these teams, especially a team like Egypt who has the knowledge and who has the experience to kind of look for that and actually utilize that to their advantage.
I think for Egypt, they noticed that instantly, right? When they banned out the Minotaur and when they saw the Ruby, they knew where the Ruby was going to go.
Yeah.
It's either going to go to the XP perhaps, or no, they probably already knew that was already going to go to the XP because they banned out the Minotaur. After that, it was just really tough for them to find another roamer in place of the Minotaur that was banned out. They decided to go for the Angela. And yes, you do get a lot of sustain with the Angela on top of the Fredrin that you get in the jungle. But still, the CC is definitely not enough. With just a Ruby and a Fredrin in that composition, you have a whole lot of sustain, which is amazing. But you need to have some of those initiators. And that was the massive advantage that Egypt was able to utilize. They were always able to initiate faster, to look to fight more times with the Edith, the Terizla, and even in certain scenarios, the Nolan actually was the one to start things off. And on top of that, they also have the combination with the Aurora. So you get penalty zoned, and then you get frozen.
Yeah, the wombo combo definitely was there, and they were able to utilize it time and time again in these particular team fights. And the big question is why? Why were they able to control the early game so much? And it falls down to the drafts once again, right? Getting winning lanes, at least 2 or 1, I would say, would be great. 2, amazing. And initially, it looked like they had a good mid lane, right? They had the Lilia as well. So Lilia is known to be one of the best wave clearers as well to be able to get those early rotations in. But even then, it was so difficult for them, right? The Aurora was doing great. The fact that they were losing the EXP in the gold lane as well wasn't as great for Morocco in the grand scheme of things. So that early portion of the game is very important, especially against a team like Egypt, which I would say Egypt is a team, especially the women's, they love that early game, right? They love that control. And when they have that, they snowball out of control.
Yeah. It definitely feels like a more of a Mobile Legends meta, right? Where right now we're seeing the meta go to the teams that actually have the control in the early game. It's a very snowball-centric early game meta that we have here in Mlbb, and whoever gets control of the early game, whether it be Egypt or Morocco, I feel like have a massive advantage. So for Morocco, like you said, it's all about getting the early setups, maybe winning out on these lane matchups as well. Because they picked up the carry very early on. They completely forgot about the Ixia that could bully them. And the fact that they didn't have any dive puts the Ixia in a very good spot. And also with the Ruby pick, Egypt kind of knew about that. They were like, all right, you want to go for the Ruby? This is almost like 100% settled in the XP. So they pick up the Terizla. And this is why the Terizla is so prio in this meta. It almost seems like Terizla doesn't have a weak matchup. the best you can do is go even against the Terizla.
Yeah, Xborg, CC, those are the heroes that we commonly see lately. Sometimes we see the Arlet, but I don't think the Arlet wins lane against Terizla, right? But I guess in the later portions, there's a little bit more, I guess, utility from the Arlet that can be utilized, and so that's why
More
sometimes we
playmaking.
see it. Yeah, playmaking is definitely an option for them to take. But Mirko,
Okay.
if you could choose one hero to see in this next upcoming match,
Oh,
what
man.
would it be? Because we've been seeing a lot of crazy things so far. We've even seen a Zilong, Helkurt.
That's true.
Helkurt mid earlier on, if I'm not mistaken. Was that a Helkurt mid?
We saw a Paquito.
Paquito.
Mid Helkurt goal.
Argus.
Argus Inspire.
Exactly.
Shout outs to Alpha.
So if you could choose one hero, what would that hero be?
Oh man, I would want to see the Melissa. You know, my
Melissa.
favorite pick. It's my main as well. I would love to see the Melissa show up in lane because I'd actually give it a pretty good shout there when we're talking about winning matchups. We were talking about winning matchups earlier. If they really want to get a winning matchup, it's hard to lose lane on Melissa, but it's also very easily ganked and easily punished. So there's a give and take definitely there in terms of 1v1. As long as you get rid of the Moskov, the Claude, you should be good. But that's the thing, right? When you're up against Egypt, I'm not sure if you want to go for the Melissa. You're so vulnerable. And you saw earlier from game number 1, Egypt, they always just relied on how much more active they were on the map. They always just relied on their mobility and their maneuverability. I wouldn't even be surprised if we got to see the emblems for the duo mid, and we just saw, the movement speed, just blessing of wilderness, the wilderness blessing.
The wilderness blessing.
If they have that on there with agility, I wouldn't even be surprised because they were just so fast all around, putting pressure in both winning lanes.
So do you think that's the solution for Morocco? Do they fight fire with fire? Do they look for better rotations around the map? Do they look for heroes that have better priority in the lane to try and control that, to hinder Egypt from snowballing from the early start of the game?
I think the best way to tackle, a game like this would be just focus on one lane that you want to win. If your gold lane, say, is the better player, if you have a strong gold laner, play around the gold lane, give her a good matchup, and then rotate over to put pressure in towards that gold lane, fight around the gold lane. And especially in this meta, there's a lot more ways for you to trade, right? Because most of the teams, especially with the early game lead, will look to go for neutral objectives. Turtle number 1 spawns at 2 minutes. You can look to give away the turtle and play around the gold lane, pressure in the gold lane, get the gold lane ahead, and then maybe second turtle onwards, you lane swap and get the gold lane in these fights.
Honestly, that's something that I notice, right? A lot of these teams always commit to something.
Yeah.
Right? They understand that maybe they don't have the best advantage in the early stage of the game,
meta.
but they still commit onto these neutral objectives, and they don't look for trades. So I think that's the main problem that we've been seeing from some of these teams, honestly. And if they could trade better and make those decisions, I think they could definitely go further than they have.
And we did see that from Morocco. I mean, in game number 1, despite the fact that they did try to commit onto the first few neutral objectives, some of the camps as well, they were able to still keep themselves composed, right? They were still disciplined. They still looked for ways to find their winning condition. And it was through getting to those item power spikes that actually got the game all the way to 17 minutes. The first turret defense, the first Lord Siege defense, wasn't just a random defense. It was very, very well planned for them. They gave away the second Enhanced Lord as well because they knew they had a better shot at just defending, turtling inside of their own base rather than contesting the neutral objective. So read-wise and shot-calling-wise, decision-making-wise, they're actually already pretty good. It just comes down to now getting the better draft in the early game. I think if they do get that, it'll give Egypt, I would say, at least a few problems here and there.
For sure, for sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to see a short highlight of the previous match to see what we're getting into, to build suspense to the next game. Because, of course, this is a high-stakes match, right? Whoever loses this is going to fall into the lower bracket, and then they are one game away of saying goodbye to AEC and saying goodbye to the road to Riyadh, saying goodbye to WEC. So here are the highlights from that. Again, right, from the early portion of the game, it seems like Egypt took full control with the fact that they were able to clear a lot quicker. And Egypt, they were so great at controlling. I mean, look at that Velvet's play once again on this Terizla. Time and time again, even here in the neutral objective take.
Yeah, you can see the big problem instantly at the start of the game, right? Where the Fredrin pick that was kind of forced upon Nero, so we can't really fully blame them. It was just good drafting overall from Egypt that forced Nero on this Fredrin. But when she got the Fredrin, it just felt really tough. Because you're already up against a Nolan. This is the standard counter, I would say, in this meta. It's kind of strange to say, considering, we've had a meta where Fredrin's just always first pick, right? Always, there's never a weak matchup for Fredrin. But now we find a meta where the Fredrin is actually quite underwhelming, especially up against assassins who can clear the jungle really fast. You can see that even towards the very end, Nero finally in the 16th minute gets equal footing against Sunlight. But when she has the equal footing in terms of levels, if we take a look at the gold, it's just way too far. It was a 14,000 gold lead by the end of the game. And so still, it comes down to having that early game control. When you are on the Fredrin, when you don't clear as fast, and when the Nolan has a level advantage in even the first turtle, it's a massive problem for you because on the Fredrin, you are supposed to be the one that wins out in the neutral objective battle.
Yeah, of course, of course. And if you take a look at the highlights again earlier on, again, I was so mesmerized with the way that they were playing that final team fight, that final Lord push. It seems like they have the chemistry down to the T, right? This team, Egypt. The fact that Velva went in first with the penalty zone and the follow-up was also extremely brilliant. The Ixia as well, names on the full barrage. That setup was great. That's the chemistry that they have. And again, another advantage that Egypt has at this point. But again, Morocco, 20 days only. Right, we keep mentioning this because it's so impressive, right? I mean, can you imagine being a team for 20 days, coming into an international tournament, playing on the main stage? For most of these players, it might even be their first time playing on the main stage. And then you're expected to go against a team like Egypt who have so much experience and being able to level it at that point. Imagine that.
No.
I can't.
I don't
you
need
can't?
to imagine.
You don't
I
need
can
to
see
imagine?
it on stage, Eterna.
Yeah.
We don't
But
need
you're
to
not
imagine, but
playing.
That's true. Yeah,
It's different.
It definitely is, especially considering you are also representing your nation. That has to come with a lot of pressure. And when you've just been practicing for 20 days, you can only really focus on some things, whether it's mechanics, macro, the decision making, and playing on stage is a whole different beast. We were talking about this in game number 1, and I would say the home turf advantage definitely gave them a little bit of an advantage in game number 1 as well because, hey, every single win they got, every single kill they got, I heard the crowd just cheering, clapping as well.
Yeah.
The support is definitely phenomenal here in Morocco and Casablanca for Team Morocco, and I hope that maybe they can utilize that even more. They got the jitters out the way now in game number 1. The nervousness should be, they should be able to settle, I would say, in game number 2. And I think it starts with the draft. I think even in the draft itself, maybe they were nervous. Maybe they still had the jitters. They didn't really think straight when it comes to the draft. And in game number 2, if they do get that improvement, hey, we were talking about how early game dictates the game. Now Morocco can try to dictate that.
I agree. It's really going to come down to the drafts that we will be going in shortly, ladies and gentlemen. We are just, building the suspense once again. We're taking a little bit of time to, of course, give the players as much time as possible to, reset, right? Yeah. Obviously. So what do you think about this, right? Because coming into the African online qualifiers, we were seeing teams still kind of experimenting with the meta, right? We were still seeing a lot of tanks in the jungle. We were even seeing a lot of comfort picks. But coming into this, it feels like a lot of these teams have actually adapted, right? Again, Nero, she's known to be a tank player. She usually utilizes things like the Fredrin and the Baxia. But she's picked up crazy heroes now as well, right? Nolan. So that's definitely an option for her. I think we saw Hayabusa banned against her.
Julian,
so maybe that's
Hayabusa.
a hero that she can pick up too that we don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, again, we haven't seen it on stage just yet. We saw the Fredrin, and unfortunately, it did not work out. So it goes to show you how much respect Egypt actually have for Nero in the jungle. It was a Julian in the first phase, by the way, right? On red side, and we will get to see this again this time. Egypt on the blue, and straight up, they ban out the Hayabusa. That's how much respect Egypt have for Nero. That's how much of a threat Nero is to Egypt.
So yeah, so it is something. So it wasn't just a prio ban. It's
now
something that they know.
Hayabusa.
Right, me too. Hayabusa banned once again. We do see the Angela taken off the board this time around. So it looks like Egypt actually respect this. Maybe Egypt thought that it was one of the main issues that the reason why they couldn't close it as soon as they can. And then Rizla also gets eliminated here from Egypt.
Oh, this is a scary game that they're playing. Morocco actually banned out the Julian. So for the first time, I think, in a long time, Chip has been left open. They go for the Roger instead, utilizing the flex potential of the Roger, but maybe this gives the opportunity over to Morocco to get the Chip and to dictate that fast-paced game.
See, that's the thing, right? Chip is a very unique hero in a way that maybe a lot of teams aren't as comfortable picking it up. Because I had this discussion with Naisu yesterday about the chip, the fact that it could be a double-edged sword, right? Sometimes it works the way that you want, sometimes it's the best way for you to dig out your own grave. So the big question now for Morocco's team is, do you want to pick up the chip? Do you want to go for that 50-50 play? Because obviously, when you're able to utilize it properly and when the team is able to execute properly around the chip, it does give you an extremely unfair advantage with the global presence that it has. So the chip we don't see just yet, but now we see the Novaria for Morocco.
This is an interesting pick to see in the first phase. The Ling, definitely, a bit more expected here. The assassin in the jungle. Finally, for Nero, no Hayabusa, no Julian. The Rogers picked away, but they still find a way to go for the Ling. And for the longest time, I think even in our region, Ling is always banned out. If it's not banned out, it's always going to be first picked. So this time, Morocco decides to go for the Ling plus the Novaria. And Egypt, instant response with the Ruby and the Harith as well. So confirming the fact that the Roger will be going to the jungle very early on in the first phase. For Morocco, I think this is a good time, by the way, to pick up the Edith. So much value against the Roger, the Ruby, but especially against the Harith in the long team fights.
I agree, and also it's a really great flex, right? Because the Edith can still be placed in the EXP lane if you want to, but it also does really great as a roamer too. So that's definitely something that they can work around. Morocco might want to utilize that flex to keep Egypt on their toes, especially as we're entering the second phase of the drafts. And these bans are going to be very imperative to the direction of the game. But again, if they want to go in for a little bit more control, maybe in the mid-trio prio, they could pick up something like the Grok, right? A Grok is still an option that Morocco can pick up here.
They go for the quad instead here, so they show up their gold lane as well. And this is actually not a winning matchup again for Morocco when it comes down to the gold lane. This is actually one of the matchups where Harith gets a whole lot of value in. This is a very good matchup for the Harith for Egypt. And the fact that they also have a Roger means that they will benefit a lot from having these winning lanes. So much more kill pressure for Egypt. And Morocco, it definitely seems like they're trying to set up for the XP more. They're trying to set up for the top side of the map a bit more, putting Nezuko on a pick like the Claude. So playing weak side for the Claude and then banning out the Edith, actually.
Interesting.
From Egypt, despite the fact that for Egypt, they can still flex the Ruby. So this Edith ban is definitely, like you said, interesting for Morocco.
Yeah, I would have thought that they would pick it up for themselves.
Yeah.
And, sometimes, Mirko, in the execution and in the line of Dawn, especially here at AAC, sometimes in theory things don't make sense, but because it's comfort,
that's true,
and because it's a power pick, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Which is why maybe they prioritize the Claude here, because for Morocco, for Nezuko, this is a big power pick that she has. She's utilized the Claude in the past. It's been known that she is very comfortable on this Claude, and maybe that's exactly what she needs to be able to pop off, unlike in the previous game that we saw.
Okay. Well, we do see a very late chip ban here. It's very, very cool to see that the chip didn't actually get banned in the first phase, but it didn't get picked as well. It survived the entire first phase of the drafts, and that is very unusual, at least for the chip, right? It's always usually picked up, but sometimes it gets to a point where it's so rarely ignored in the first phase that when it does get ignored, everybody just overthinks, right? I mean, they have a plan for this. They have a plan for the chip, so it ends up not being picked up at all. That's a Minotaur ban again from Egypt, and this is wonderful. They were able to utilize that ban in game number 1 to deny Morocco of any sort of re-engage potential, any sort of reinitiation potential. And now that they've banned out Terizla and Minotaur, and Morocco have really already banned out the Edith too, it puts Morocco in a tough spot in selecting a roamer.
Yeah, Arlet, I guess, is still an option for them if they want to go for it.
Yeah.
Grok again,
Grok.
like we mentioned earlier on. But what I find very peculiar is the Vexana ban for Egypt in the second phase. Do they think that this Novaria could be a roaming Novaria? But it does look like that this Novaria is still going to be in the mid lane. They're going to be picking up a Kufra for their roamer. This is something that we haven't seen too often coming into AEC. It's kind of interesting to see it come to light finally. I guess it does make sense against the Harith and the Roger. But then the Grok pick coming in from Egypt. We were talking so much about mid-prio, the fact that they need to be able to clear as fast as they can, and now they have the Grok and the Lilia. That's amazing wave clear now that Egypt can utilize to win out those side lanes, even if they lose it in this draft.
Oh, this is overkill when we're talking about mid-prio, man. Egypt, not only do they have the Grok that usually just makes any mid lane or any mage win out in the mid-prio, they have a Grok and a Lilia. So what I'm expecting for Egypt is maybe they're just going to use the Grok not to clear, but to get the barrier down so that the mini waves actually get delayed to a point where Lilia can zone the Novaria away in lane. And honestly, the Grok it's not just the fact that Grok has so much mid control, but it's also the fact that Grok is probably the best pick to go for when you see a Kufra on the enemy side, right? You open up the map so much better with the Grok, and especially with the Lo Yi now. Morocco are definitely going to go for a lot of flanks.
Huh?
Going to try to go for the ambushes, and it does seem like, by the way, the Novaria will not go mid.
Who's going in the EXP lane? Kufra EXP? Is that what we're seeing? Kars, Kufra, EXP?
When was the last time we saw the Kufra?
That was for... No, like Kufra as a roamer or like Kufra as an EXP laner?
I remember Kufra as a jungler in our region, coming in from high, but Kufra, I guess we're just going to have to find out here where the Kufra's going to go.
I love AEC. It keeps you on your toes and it keeps you guessing, right? Just when you think that you understand what's going on, curveball.
The curveball strikes again, and this time it's for Team Morocco. Let's see if they can actually utilize this curveball, these cheese picks with the Novaria and the Lo Yi. This is a strat that I've never seen before in the mid lane, but I'm not even too sure if it's going to be a dual mid mage. Oh, turns out it's not the Novaria.
It's
actually an
Arlet
Arlet that comes through. Okay.
Right. Okay, we saw that from game number 2,
Makes way
from
more
match
sense.
number 2. And it's an Arlet that has been picked up by Nightfall. So yes, it does make a little bit more sense. So Neko is going to be on the Luo Yi. And again, so we come into this match point. Egypt only needs one more game to be able to continue their journey in the upper brackets if Morocco can't force a game number 3. So let's go straight into it. Looks like Nightfall already trading in that EXP lane.
Just a few trades here and there. Morocco gotta get this game under their belt if they want to force out a game number 3. And so far, from the draft, I mean, if I saw the Novaria draft earlier, I would definitely give the advantage over to Egypt. But now looking at the draft, it's honestly a solid draft coming in from Morocco. Velvet, though, as the XP actually invading early on and taking away a camp from Nero.
She's a beast. She's a monster, whether it be on the Terizla, on the Arlet.
On the Ruby.
And now she's picking up the Ruby. We haven't seen it since the African Online Qualifier, so this is the first time she's picked it up so far here. But it looks like she's trading quite well against Nightfall, right? She's clearing a lot quicker. It looks like Nightfall now is kind of stuck. And she's actually dealing a lot of damage as well onto the Arlet.
Yeah, in the mid lane too, you can see this mid prio. Nucci's walking up, Power of Wilderness to clear out the wave. And Nero is actually already level 4, so not far behind a Sunlight despite losing out in that first camp. Nero actually rotating up towards the top side of the map. Vengeance coming down onto the mini waves. Velvet still winning out in the trade, so this is a win for Egypt in terms of setup.
They're controlling it really well, right? They're controlling these lanes really well, and even in the gold lane, it looks like it's a similar story. You mentioned that this Harith and this Claude would not be as great for the Claude in that 1v1 in the laning phase, and that's exactly what we're seeing. So Morocco, they're looking for a trade here. They're looking for moments and opportunities for them to level this out in the early stage of the game, because obviously now Egypt have complete control over this first neutral objective, and that's the turtle.
Oh, the purple buff. Nucci actually trying to steal away the purple buff. Does force Nero to use the retribution. Starts going to the bottom lane. Names. I think she's going to be happy going in. Nezuko jumps over the BMI and gets punished instead. Nucci. Power Wilderness, or Power of Nature rather. A big smack and Nezuko will fall. That's first blood over to Egypt.
First blood, first turtle as well for Egypt for the most part here in the second game, in the first 3 minutes. And now Morocco, they're caught in a position to ask themselves, right? What do we do now? How do we trade against this? Because, Neko's getting caught really, really low from the damage of Yui here on the Lilia.
It's going to be tough, man, when you lose out on mid-prio, on Lo Yi, on Kufra. This is a composition that really needs to have mid-prio to be able to utilize their kit. Ellis needs to be roaming around the map, getting angles, but it does seem like for Egypt, they're just everywhere. Now pressuring the bottom lane, giving Names so much more of an advantage, taking the entire gold turret. Nezuko gonna be HCC down and bursted out. Egypt getting 2 kills on early, and Neko flickering back to safety.
What was that damage though? Nezuko was there and Nezuko was not there anymore.
Magic trick.
She was gone. It was magic. That's how much damage Egypt currently has, and they understand, right? They understand with the Claude in the composition of Morocco. Wait a second.
Velvet, flickering out of the final slash and the Tower's Revenge. Now it does seem like there's going to be backup right now with the Lycan form. Sunlight walking forward, mauling him down. Nightfall able to escape just a bit. Nero jumps in, hasn't happened to Blaze. Sunlight able to dodge away just for a bit right now as that's through the barrier coming down. Ellis gonna Tyrant's Rage. Sunlight chunk low, and they will be forced to back away, but they've done the same towards the forces of Team Morocco. All of them have to recall.
It's very similar to game number 1, right? Exactly what we're seeing. Egypt taking complete control. And if we take a look at the items, it looks like Morocco, wait, is this right? Oh, right, because there's no Navaria. Arlet Thunderbelt. First item. That kind of caught me off guard there. But that's what we're seeing. Oh, wait a second. Is that a steal?
That's a reset for the purple buff. Nucci buying so much time for Team Egypt. Nero's going to struggle to take this one while charging to the back line there with a flicker. Unfortunately, unable to find its mark there, but Ellis now caught on the bouncing ball. Great time offended. Neko, no flicker to escape. Despite the blazing duet, it doesn't do enough damage to take anyone down. And Egypt claim another win as they go towards the neutral objective, but they decide to play it disciplinedly, not forcing anything.
A 3, almost 4K gold lead now for Egypt in the first 5 minutes of the game. And the thing is, Egypt, they understand, right? They understand that Morocco, they 100% require Nezuko to get to that power spike, and so they're shutting her down as much as possible. 0-0 already, so she's been punished twice, and if she continues on this, I think maybe she needs to go for a lane trade, maybe to be a little bit less vulnerable. She needs to catch up in order to be that anchor for her team to save them in that mid to late game.
At least you can see the rotations coming in from Team Morocco. Nero on the other side of the map here, trying to mirror some of the movements from Egypt to go and look for farm, but this is why the Hereth is always picked up together with a physical damage jungler. When you already have so much pressure on, you know, the trio mid side and top side of the map, and you also have a winning matchup in the goal, that just adds on to the value of that early game pressure. Conceal up top, I believe a wild charge used up as well, and just like that, the magic comes down. Nightfall, now you see her, now you don't. Just disappearing up top.
I agree. But despite everything, right? You were talking about that pressure. You were talking about the control. For the most part, Nero's been doing a really great job. She's only 1 level behind of Sunlight. Like, at this point, you would expect maybe a 2-3 EXP gap, but the fact that Nero's still been able to trade, wait a second, that's a lot of damage onto Nero.
Oh, defensive Tempest of Blades, and it's Grand Theft Purple. Sunlight steals it away. Ellis rotating over, but gets spotted out, unable to charge into Tyrant's Revenge, and will be able to use the Tyrant's Revenge, but it's defensively to displace herself to get behind the tier 2, and so far it's again looking bleak for Morocco in game number 2.
So let's talk about winning conditions, right? Let's talk about how Morocco could come back from this.
Yeah.
Right now, they are lacking in every sense, right? Gold, utility, XP, towers, everything.
Objectives.
What do they need to do, right? I mean, I guess Nero is looking for a something. She should be able to get that purple buff away from Egypt. Is that the start to how they can come back?
Yeah, at this point, Morocco will have to do what they did in game number 1. Ellis, Tasha mentioned the rage. No one there to follow it up, though. So Sunlight just gets knocked up, and now it does seem like they're actually going to go for the in-game, but Names is flanking around. They're going to go for it. Ellis very low. Chrono Dash and the Synchro Fission. Final Slash cancel away. Names picks up a double kill in enemy territory. It was Morocco's orange buff that they were fighting in.
Yeah, and it looks like they're not going to be able to get much back. I guess Nero is still in the enemy jungle right now. She was able to get that orange buff, so that is a small victory, I would say, for Morocco, as Nero is level 9 now. And now that's when the gap is coming, right? That's when the gap shows. Wait a second, she was looking for a steal, but she's 2 levels behind at this point.
Yeah, and she does have the purple buff, so she will be able to escape. Great backup as well from the rest of Team Morocco, but again, for Egypt, they're just going to be very, very comfortable controlling every part of the map. Not just the neutral objectives, but at this point, they've gone so many structures very early on, they can start to control the enemy jungle. This jungle is no longer Morocco's. I'm offended! 3 members caught. The Final Slash connecting under the turret right now, but Names under the turret, getting the Zaman Force, and still resetting back and forth the Chrono Dash. Nightfall still able to escape for a bit. The turret gonna fall here. Tier 2, meanwhile, solo kill down below. Sunlight able to get rid of Nero on the Ling.
Man, Egypt, left, right, point, center, everywhere. They are pushing the tempo and they are pushing on the pace that they already have set from the early portion of the game. 8 minutes. It's only been 8 minutes, and this is how far behind Morocco is. They're almost at a 10K gold deficit. And it looks like Morocco, they're still trying their best though, right? They're still looking for opportunities. It looks like earlier on, Ellis on the Kufra was also scouting for opportunities. And if we take a look at the items here, only a corrosion scythe for Nezuko. So she is caught
So
quite
far behind.
2k gold behind right now. Very far from that second item. But wait a second, Ellis here, gonna force out that flicker very earlier on.
I think what makes it even scarier is the fact that not only is obviously, Nezuko behind on some of these item power spike that she should be able to find, but the snowball is ready for sunlight. You can see that damage just with the Lycan form. She didn't even use the Lycan back while charged into the back line, finding Neko. Velvet rotating over to I'm Offended, ready as well. The Tempest of Blaze used up defensively. Neko caught in the barrier. That's a double, making a triple sunlight. Almost claiming a maniac there, but hey, sharing is caring. That's a wipeout for Team Egypt. 14-1 in 9 minutes.
Is this it? Is this it? Are Egypt going to move forward in the upper brackets a step closer to securing that WEC ticket? We'll see.
Nightfall 1v5 gets a kill down, but the base will be taken down. Egypt with a full clean sweep to drop Morocco into the lower brackets.
But of course, the women's Morocco team does still have that extra life in the lower brackets, so it's not over for them just yet, and they can still climb their way to the top, to the grand finals from there. But unfortunately for Morocco, this does mean that Egypt will move forward again with that outstanding, clean performance, 2-0ing. Undefeated up until this point.
Man, that was a statement definitely, right, for Team Egypt. What a performance. Game 1 looked a bit closer. It looked like for Team Egypt, they were still trying to read out some of the movements from Team Morocco as well, rotating over and not able to end it really that fast, forcing out a 17-minute game. But then in game number 2, it almost seemed like game 1 was just a read, and then game 2, when they got the full read, they were able to execute their game plan much better, their drafts as well. And it all starts in the early game where they just got too big of a lead, all from these, not even the fights. It was just through the pathing that they took in the jungle for sunlight, and then obviously the rotations, just being more active really on the map.
I think we forgot to mention Nucci, right? We forgot to mention that not only is Grok a really good wave clear hero, but for Nucci, it's also really great to try it and give Nero a difficult time in the jungle, right? We saw how active she was. She was always looking for opportunities to slow down the tempo that Nero had on the Ling. And obviously, being on an assassin, it's very easy to punish you. I punish them as well in this regard. And again, right, you were talking about how active Egypt were, and it's the same thing. But again, drafts. I think drafts are very important as to why Egypt was able to gain so much control. And we can see them celebrating on stage right now. Congratulations to Egypt once again. Finally all smiles, so no longer that coldness that we saw earlier on.
In game 1?
Yeah, we're finally getting to see the emotions from all these 5 queens.
Yeah, and again, it's been a good day, an amazing day. I think even then, if you say good and amazing, it's an understatement. It's a phenomenal day for Egypt, both men's and women's actually winning all their matches today. Men's had to play 2 earlier, and now, women's as well. So full smiles definitely here as they go over to Morocco, showing the sportsmanship and just, shaking their hands. GG, well played after that amazing best of 3.
There's definitely so much potential for Morocco, though. So I'm really excited to see their next match. Hopefully, we get to cast over it because there are still some games that we don't get to see. And for those of you guys who are wondering, I see them a lot as well in chat. Like, where is this game being streamed?
The standings.
Where is the Mlbb women's games? Like, you guys can check it out in iesf.gg. They are always continuously updating the standings as well as the results that are happening because a lot of games are happening at the same time. So that's why only a few of them are being streamed out. But back to that game, number 2, 9 minutes and 54 seconds. Very different. I think earlier on, how many minutes was that? Was it like a 16-minute game?
It was 17.
17-minute game, and now 9 minutes.
Like I said, game 1, it just definitely felt like Egypt were downloading some of the resources from Morocco, getting the read over Morocco, and in game number 2, it was just go time. All the way from the start, I would say all the way from the drafts. Picking up the Roger, letting go of some of these big picks and flexing it all the way, using the Roger and then the Ruby. So creating, again, an illusion against Morocco in the second phase as to where these 2 picks are going to go. We definitely knew where the Roger was going to go because of the Harith pick, but the Ruby just kept on becoming a problem for Morocco. We saw the Edith ban as well come out from Morocco. That's just how much respect they have because of how flexible Team Egypt are. Game number 1, it was Nucci. Game number 2, it does seem like it is going to be Sunlight on the Roger that takes the player of the match.
Yeah, she was so active, right? On the Roger, in the jungle. The fact that she was getting the neutral objectives, she was always a step ahead. I think even we saw a 2-3 EXP lead as well against the Ling earlier on. And it looks like you're pointing out some of these items.
Yeah,
Care to explain?
This is like I would say this is a greedy build in normal circumstances, but considering they're just so far ahead, this makes sense, right? The fact that firstly, she claimed 3 items. I don't know the timing of each item here when she got it, but then she decides to go for the Legion Sword, doesn't decide to fully commit to the Legion Sword, gets the Ares Belt for more HP. So it's just getting these components to add on to the base stats that you already have to increase your snowball potential. Because I would say usually you would go for Malefic or maybe even a BOD if you're that ahead.
Sometimes you see GDS.
Exactly, maybe even the GDS. But the fact that she decided to go for Legion Sword and say, you know what, I'm still going to put some respect there. I'm still going to have the Ares Belt in case I get engaged on. And that was what happened. They got the Ares Belt and Roger just became unkillable. Sunlight was unkillable.
All of them were, man.
True. That's true.
It was so difficult for
Game
Morocco.
2 especially. I think it was just tough because obviously they just set up for winning matchups all across the board. The Claude was picked up against the Harith. And all the lanes were tough.
Yeah, so it's definitely a tough pill to swallow for Morocco today.
Yeah.
But there's still tomorrow. And of course, there is still opportunities for these teams to come back. But of course, this means that we are going to roll to a close. It's been me, Eterna, alongside with Mirko. It's good to see you. We'll see you tomorrow for more MLBB AEC action.